Chapter 1167. Bang! A large hand covered in scars pressed against the ground, stirring up fine dust and smoke. However, the determination it contained seemed to surpass the surging torrent of mud. Li Qingshan, who was so heavily injured that he couldn't move, actually sat up. His body was covered in scars, but he was flowing with seven-colored splendor. Gu Yenying was slightly taken aback. She felt her waist tighten. The moment before they were engulfed by the landslide, a tornado roared and swept them up into the night sky. Li Qingshan stood on the tornado with his legs between his legs. His long hair danced like ink as he gazed into the distance. He could see mountains and rivers spanning thousands of kilometers. The valley below had already been completely filled with rock, almost becoming their burial ground. The starry sky was vast, possessing a splendor that rivaled the 9 provinces. Is the enemy this time the heaven? The sorrow of parting turned into fighting spirit. How could I be the type to moan and lament? Gu Yenying looked up, and her heart trembled slightly. He was still the same person. The rolling smoke and dust dispersed, and Li Qingshan slowly descended. His legs gave way, and he half knelt on the ground. His injuries were far from fully recovered. Gu Yenying hurriedly helped him up and asked curiously, "What kind of power is this?" "It can actually surpass the laws of the world. Divine talisman of great creation." Li Qingshan opened his palm, and a colorful and magnificent talisman with flowing splendor floated above it. It was the core of the school of Novel's power, divine talisman of great creation. In the crater, he tried all the powers in his body one by one, and finally found that this almost forgotten divine talisman of great creation was still flowing with splendor. Although it was also suppressed by the laws of the world and could only manifest the methods of Qi practitioners, it could not break through the invisible boundary of this world. But it was enough. "I almost forgot that you're from the school of novels. I understand now. So it's the power of faith." Gu Yenying understood a little. The power of faith was an extremely special power, and the most common was that of Buddhist believers. No matter what world they were in, as long as they prayed sincerely, they could communicate with the gods and Buddhas. However, if it was used as a cultivation method, it would be too troublesome to gather, and it was not very useful in battle. Moreover, it was a consumable item. Therefore, very few people would take this path. At most, they would use it as a form of support to refine 1 or 2 treasures, such as the golden seal in the hands of the various prefecture overseers. If they were to fall into such a small world, it was also impossible for him to activate it. In this respect, the School of Novels was indeed a weirdo. Consider yourself lucky to have met me. Just now that mountain-shattering scene. Being treated as an enemy by the world was definitely not just bad luck. But wherever there is a possibility of danger, there will definitely be danger. When encountering a mountain, it would collapse. If one went out during a thunderstorm, one would definitely be struck by lightning. If one did not have enough strength, one would not even be able to survive for a day. If Gu Yenying was alone, she would have lost her life here. As long as there's life, there's hope. Gu Yenying patted Li Qingshan's shoulder with a serious expression. "It's too cold. I have no interest in dying in the same year, month, and day as a humorless woman like you. Of course it's best if you don't die. How are your injuries?" Gu Yenying raised her eyebrows and smiled. "At least I won't die." Li Qingshan moved his limbs and activated the divine talisman of great creation to continue healing his injuries. He reached out and touched Gu Yenying's head. Light flowed between his fingers. "What a useful ability, but you better use it sparingly. I'm afraid we'll be trapped for a long time." Gu Yenying took off the bandage. Her injuries had healed, and her mind was much clearer. Although it was not a serious injury, she had no doubt that if it was not treated in time, it would still cost her life. "You're right. I still have ties. It's not just little, and there are still all sorts of grievances that have yet to be settled. I have to return to the 9 states. How long will it take for you to completely refine this Kunpeng feather, accept its inheritance, and bring us back to the 9 states? It's hard to say. This world is really too small. It has restricted all of my power. I'm afraid I was stronger than I am now when I was born. Even if you gave me an artifact now, it would be difficult for me to refine it, let alone this Kunping feather. Gu Yenying also frowned. Her current situation was really not much better than an ordinary person's. It was difficult for an individual to fight against the world, even if it was a small world. As expected of the unlucky ones in hell, things never go well. I think this is the luckiest place. Think about it. If we were in a bigger world, what would happen? If we were in a world bigger than the 9 states, what would happen? That's true. If the world was a little bigger, it would not be as simple as just restricting power. Instead, it would be directly bombarded by heavenly thunder and earthly fire. If they were in a world as big as the 9 states, or even bigger, they would have attracted countless experts when they descended from the sky. Not only would they not be able to keep the Kunping feather, their lives would also be in danger. It was because this world was sufficiently weak that no one could react even after they descended for so long. It's really too weak. Could it be that they came on horses? Li Qingshan did not think that he had guessed correctly. There was a large group of people coming here. Actually, I have a feeling that it brought us to this small world because I thought about this when I crossed the void. I told you before, it likes me. As long as we can escape from here, I will definitely be able to refine it. Without the Kunpeng feather, how can we escape from here? If you can really control it with your will, why don't you want to return to the 9 states? Li Qingshan questioned. Of course, all of this is just my guess. It might not be accurate. Gu Yenying said seriously. In fact, if they wanted to keep this Kunpeng feather, returning to the 9 states would not be as safe as staying here. The fall of the meteor was too eye-catching. I can trust you. Give it to me. Li Qingshan extended his hand to grab the Kunpeng feather. Hey, what are you doing? That's mine. Gu Yenying struggled as hard as she could, but how could she resist Li Qingshan's brute strength? He forcefully pried her hand away and took the Kunpeng feather away. She could not help but widen her eyes and call out, Li Qingshan. How is it? Li Qingshan fiddled around with the Kunpeng feather and tried to power the divine talisman of great creation to analyze it. Sure enough, although it resonated with the phoenix slightly, it was greatly rejected by the spirit turtle, ox demon, and tiger demon. This made sense. The most powerful bloodlines had always been difficult to fuse with one another. The images of the remaining 4 transformations of the demonic and divine did not contain the Kunpeng. If you're done looking at it, give it back to me. Gu Yenying made her way over. She was rather nervous. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. No matter how graceful and composed he was, it was just because he had not encountered anything important. He called out, "You short-sighted woman. The Kunpeng feather is so extraordinary, yet you actually treat it as a regular arcane artifact or arcane treasure. If it possessed intelligence, it would definitely fly into a rage. Your strength might have been restricted, making you feel like you're extremely weak, but in the eyes of the owner of the feather, is there really such a great difference between your strength and weakness?" Gu Yenying shuddered. Suddenly losing all of her strength made her feel unprecedentedly weak. Now that she heard what Li Qingshan said, she suddenly felt like she had seen a ray of light. In the past, you were a frog in a well. Now, you've just become a worm at the bottom of a well. And when an eagle soars through the sky, probably even the well won't notice it. Li Qingshan fiddled with the Kunpeng feather in his hand with certainty. If there really is a legacy in there, then the standard it uses to evaluate the successor definitely won't be strength, but something else. This was something he had personally experienced. An oxen had accompanied a mountain boy for his entire childhood, and it wasn't because he was very strong. You're right. Gu Yenying's eyes sparkled, filled with undisguised admiration. Even when he saved her life just now, she wasn't this excited. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you. In the end, my vision is still too narrow, and I take my own strength too seriously. Deal with it as soon as possible." Of course. Gu Yenying couldn't wait to take the feather from Li Qingshan's hand. Back to the original question. "I hope to return to the 9 prefectures as soon as possible," Li Qingshan said. "Now, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "I'll tell you the bad news first. It took us across the void, and it consumed its own strength. Although it's slowly recovering in a way that I can't understand, it's really very slow. I'm afraid it'll take 100 years. 100 years. Li Qingshan frowned. Or 200 years. We have to accumulate enough strength for the next time we cross the void. Then what's the good news? Wait, I got it. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. The flow of time between a big world and a small world was different, and the difference could even be very big. A day in the heavens is a year on the earth was also very normal. According to the clues left by Brother Ox, the time ratio between the 9 heavens and the 9 prefectures was very likely to be 10 years for one day. The time ratio between this small world and the 9 prefectures might not be that big, but it was definitely not small either. 100 years was not a long time. In fact, it was only equivalent to a closed-door training in the 9 prefectures. Although this world imprisons us and wants to destroy us, it has given us the most precious time. I need time to obtain the inheritance of the Great Rock, and you also need time to sharpen your mind. After all, your cultivation speed is too fast. Those so-called geniuses spend 1,000 years to achieve it, but you only used 1/10 of it. However, some things can't be made up with talent. That is indeed good news. Li Qingshan nodded. Gu Yanniang's words were very reasonable. Many times, an advantage was also a disadvantage. Mind, comprehension, and experience might sound illusory, but they had a great impact on a cultivator. The so-called bottlenecks basically all stemmed from these internal reasons. Back then, the Clam King of Mirage Sea's great dream had benefited him greatly. Speaking of which, it was actually quite similar to his current situation. He had also lost all his strength and experienced all kinds of pain and setbacks. That was still a dream, but he was now facing a real world, so the comprehension he gained would definitely be deeper. Chapter 1168. As the saying goes, heaven and earth are the furnace and nature is the work. Since we are trapped in this world, let's temper ourselves well. Li Qingshan let out a great roar, which echoed through the dark mountains and forests. Although he had basically lost all of his power, the spirit he had forged through hardship and danger did not weaken at all. Instead, the more setbacks and difficulties he faced, the more tenacious he became. Chapter Gu Yanniang looked at him with a smile. No one knew what she was thinking. She raised her hand to the sky and said, "As you wish, it's coming again." Dark clouds suddenly rose in the sky, covering the starry sky like a big curtain. The wind gradually sounded with bone-chilling coldness. The snowstorm is coming. Gu Yanniang took a deep breath of the cold air, and her mind became clearer. It was late autumn, and this place was a cold place. It was not strange for the snow to come. It could only be said that it came a little earlier and a little more violently. Just like what they had experienced just now, all the bad things that could happen would definitely happen. Everything is good here, but it's too boring, Li Qingshan said with a smile. If there were only bad things and no good things, life would be short of an unexpected joy. Yes, I'm a little cold. Let's go to a warm place. Gu Yanniang hugged her arms and shivered. The restriction formation of this world was really powerful. Not only did it seal all their strength, but it also weakened their physiques. Without Li Qingshan's divine talisman of great creation, they would probably freeze to death in this world of ice and snow. And in a warm place, there would definitely be human beings who could find ways to accumulate power for the divine talisman of great creation to fight against the endless disasters. Let's go. Li Qingshan felt that it was a little strange in his heart. Once they put aside their disputes, they could understand each other's thoughts with just a few words. This kind of tacit understanding only existed when he was with Little but it was also a little different. Before he could carefully distinguish, howls sounded in the forest, as if they were crying, complaining, sad, and angry. Wrapped in the cold wind, there was endless mournfulness. It's really endless, Li Qingshan said. Who said that I would only be unlucky? My luck is here. Gu Yanniang smiled. That's true. I take back what I said just now. Li Qingshan nodded. He was thinking about how to go. The power of a world was so strong that it was hard to resist. It was almost boundless, but because its will was too profound and indistinct, it couldn't think and judge like a real living being. The whistling sound quickly approached, and pairs of green eyes lit up in the darkness. One by one, vigorous figures leaped about in the darkness. His weapon flashed with a cold light. I think it's a monkey. Gu Yenying listened carefully. Due to the confinement of this world, her pair of eagle eyes were no longer as sharp as usual. She could only vaguely see a few black shadows leaping about. It didn't look like a human. It's an ape, Li Qingshan corrected. The world in his eyes was still clear and colorful. Seeing Gu Yenying's appearance, he suddenly remembered that when he was still a teenager, he had once shed an ox's tear. But other than using it to find little, and it didn't have much use later on. Even ordinary chi practitioners could see things at will, but he didn't expect that he was still not affected by the law of the world. Gu Yenying vaguely saw that they were surrounded by a group of apes, wearing armor and holding various kinds of weapons in their hands. Although they were constantly leaping irascibly, it seemed that they had been trained. They were in a joint attack formation, emitting a demonic aura that stirred up the flying snow. Can anyone here understand what I'm saying? Li Qingshan asked. The only response he received was still the howls of apes filled with hostility. He could not help but shake his head. After all, they were just demons. No, there were only 2 or 3 demons. The rest were all demonic beasts. Even if they could understand them, they would not be able to respond. Who are you? A strange and hoarse voice suddenly sounded, vaguely resembling the ape's howl. The apes all quieted down. They even bowed their bodies and lowered their weapons, like courtiers welcoming the arrival of their king. Li Qingshan looked in the direction of the voice. A bright sword light broke through the air. This time, Gu Yenying also saw it clearly. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. Oh, it's sword riding. Alas, yes, Li Qingshan said. In this remote small world, it was really too familiar to see someone riding a sword. The sword light whistled down and spun back into the scabbard. A white ape carrying a long sword stood 10 feet away. It was cold and arrogant. It was also wearing a robe. If it weren't for its monkey face, it would look more like a human swordsman. TSK, it can actually speak human language. Li Qingshan sighed in admiration inside. This white ape had clearly not undergone the heavenly tribulation yet. In the past, when he was a demon general underground, none of the commanders of the demon soldiers under his command possessed such an ability. However, perhaps there was no need for him to communicate with humans. Who are you? The white ape said coldly. My name is Li Qingshan. She is Gu Yenying. May I know your name? Li Qingshan had originally planned to capture the 2 apes as mounts and send them out of the mountain. But seeing that they were also people he could communicate with and wouldn't be driven by this side of the world, he decided to communicate and have a third contact to save the power of the divine talisman of great creation. Do you think the name of the White Ape King is something you deserve to know? The White Ape King tilted its head slightly and frowned at the rather disheveled man and woman. It had been many years since humans had dared to intrude into its territory. Moreover, they were 2 ordinary people who hadn't even entered the innate stage. The man had a strong physique, as if he had practiced some hard body skills, but he hadn't practiced both internal and external cultivation. At his age, he was basically useless and wouldn't live more than 100 years. The woman was even weaker, but she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Her grace, in particular, was so indescribable that even his mind was shaken. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. It had been many years since anyone had spoken to him like this. If there had been some demon king in the 9 states who had shown off to him like this, he would have immediately greeted them with iron fists. But now, it was an ape demon who hadn't even passed the heavenly tribulation. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had seen his fair share of kings, but he had never seen one this week. So, it's Lord White Ape King. It's an honor to meet you. May I know why you're here? Gu Yenying asked with cupped hands. Li Qingshan understood what she meant. She wanted to get some information out of him. Anyway, he wasn't really angered by the White Ape King, so he let her be. Did you see the demon star fall here? The White Ape King's expression softened. He had questions to ask as well. The descent of the demon star was a rare event that only happened once in 1,000 years. He had been cultivating at the time and hadn't seen it with his own eyes. He had only heard reports from his subordinates, but he had been unable to determine the precise location of the demon star's fall. It was only when he heard the sound of a landslide that he rushed over. However, he didn't see the demon star he had imagined, only this strange man and woman. He had seen the demon star that had fallen last time, but he had never imagined that the demon star would be a living person and standing right in front of him. The demon star. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. The situation in which he and Gu Yenying had fallen was probably similar to that of a meteor. Chapter 1169. I don't care if you asked or not, Li Qingshan said. The White Ape King grinned. Interesting. It's been many years since anyone has dared to speak to me like that. Ever since it saw the two of them, it had felt an indescribable sense of disgust, especially towards Li Qingshan. It wanted nothing more than to get rid of him, and it had never intended to spare his life. Now, its murderous intent was aroused. The apes bared their teeth and revealed their viciousness. They brandished the weapons in their hands and approached him step by step, wanting to rip Li Qingshan to pieces. Communication is impossible. Li Qingshan shrugged at Gu Yenying. The White Ape King's hostility towards him was inexplicable. Could it be that it was also influenced by the will of the world? There was no lack of such a possibility. It was said that many people on the brink of death would lose their minds and try to seek death. The mysteries of fate were truly terrifying. Li Qingshan, if you don't want to live, don't drag me down with you. Sir, I am willing to surrender. Gu Yenying raised her hands and walked towards the White Ape King, facing the blades of the apes. You. Li Qingshan was surprised. She was not much stronger than a mortal right now, but he understood what she was planning with a single thought. Although it was a risky move, it was still a good move. If it succeeded, it would save him a lot of trouble. The ordinary apes had not yet shed their bestial nature. They did not care whether she was a beauty or not, and the weapons in their hands were ready to strike at Gu Yenying. Let her come, the White Ape King said. This Gu Yenying was a rare beauty, and he could take her back to the cave and slowly enjoy her. Gu Yenying crossed the swords and walked through the ruins left by the landslide with great difficulty. She carefully tested the terrain with every step to avoid falling into another unlucky trap. The White Ape King saw it all. He dispelled the last of his doubts. Her martial arts were weaker than he had thought, and she was so cautious that she was almost timid. Her eyes stared blankly ahead, and it was obvious that she could not see clearly. But even so, there was still a strange charm to her that attracted his attention. Gu Yenying finally made it to the front of the White Ape King and heaved a sigh of relief. But he stepped on empty air. He fell forward. The White Ape King stretched out its arm, and Gu Yenying seized the opportunity to grab onto its furry ape paw. From start to finish, she had not shown the slightest hint of hostility, even at this moment. The White Ape King felt as if it had been struck by lightning. An indescribable and unimaginable pain. It had seized his soul. He felt like he was in hell. Gu Yenying's smiling face blurred into darkness. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. However, it became incomparably hot, and it curled up and fell to the ground. The 6 paths of reincarnation were omnipresent, and the pain of hell followed them like a shadow. This was Gu Yenying's only remaining ability. The ape demons were shocked and angry. They howled and charged at Gu Yenying. An energy saber swept out for 100 feet, stirring up snow in the air. Blood splattered and broken limbs flew everywhere, dirtying the snow-white ground. The howling quietened down. Li Qingshan held a long golden saber in his hand. It was not the Dying Blossoms, but the Dragon Slayer saber. The long saber only lasted for a moment before disappearing without a trace. Strange. Just now, although I spared no effort and condensed the energy of the saber to the extreme, its power is much greater than I imagined. Li Qingshan muttered to himself. It seemed that the various mysteries of the big and small worlds were not just the difference in the flow of time. The difference in the thinness of spiritual chi needed to be studied slowly. He moved like the wind under his feet, passing through the ruins and arriving beside Gu Yenying. He pulled out the huge sword on the White Ape King's back. A cold air rushed toward him, but upon closer inspection, it was nothing more than an ordinary spiritual weapon. It might not even be considered a high-grade weapon, and it did not have any spirituality to speak of. It was made of good materials, and the words "true steel" were carved on the hilt. He gripped the hilt with both hands and raised the true steel sword with great difficulty, slashing it hard at the White Ape King's neck. With a clang, like the sound of metal clashing, the huge sword was bounced off, but only a white mark was left on the White Ape King's neck. As expected of the White Ape King, Li Qingshan smiled. Although the White Ape King was known as the Monkey King when the tiger was absent, he was still a peak expert in this world. If it were not for Gu Yanning restraining him, he probably would have to expend a lot more effort. The White Ape King suddenly raised its head. At this critical moment, it had finally recovered a trace of consciousness from the pain, but it saw that its subordinates had all been wiped out, broken limbs and blood splattered all over the ground, and even it had fallen into the enemy's hands. Its expression was full of hatred. Such an expression was enough to make anyone in this world tremble in fear, but unfortunately, the person in front of it was not from this world. His willpower is not bad. Gu Yanning nodded. The spiritual qi in this small world was so thin, and to be able to cultivate to such a level was not an easy task. Perhaps it was limited by its vision, but its temperament was not bad. However, she was not too worried. This was the first time she had experienced such hellish torture, and it was not something that could be adapted to in a short period of time. "Oh!" Li Qingshan responded and swung the true steel sword again. He lamented that his ox demon's strength had declined to such an extent that he could not even wield a huge sword freely. "Hey, don't really cut him down. Why don't you try to get him to surrender? If we can get the help of this white ape, we'll have a much easier time," Gu Yanning said. "Don't waste your time. He's not some little demon, but a king of demons. Just his attitude alone will not allow him to surrender. Even if he does surrender, he'll be ready to retaliate at any time. It's too troublesome. Let me cut him down." "Wait, don't damage its fur. Let me do it." Gu Yanning pinched the kunping feather between her fingers. The White Ape King was enraged. He had actually been treated as an ordinary beast. In this desperate situation, the surrounding spiritual qi surged in, and his demonic aura suddenly surged. A gurgling sound came from his throat, as if he was about to break through. Suddenly, he felt a cold sensation in his throat, and blood gushed out. No, I should have seen through their abnormalities. How could two ordinary people enter so deep into the north? How could they have such grace? That man is 100 times more dangerous than any opponent I've met in my life, but he doesn't have much hostility. Why didn't I act carefully and instead wanted to kill him? Could it be? The final radiance of the setting sun before death cleared his mind and allowed him to understand many things, but it also gave birth to even more doubts. The coldness flowed into his wounds through his blood, filling his entire body. At the end of the day, he was just an ape demon who had not gone through heavenly tribulations. It was impossible for him to have the powerful vitality of a demon general or demon commander. After a short while, he collapsed in the pool of blood with his eyes wide open, and a layer of snow covered him in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan felt a tinge of sorrow. What he was sorrowful about was not death. No matter when or where, dying in battle was not considered sorrowful. What was truly sorrowful was dying without knowing why. He was clearly so weak, but he thought he was strong and bullied others as he pleased. Such a way of dying was not just sorrowful, it was simply shameful. He reminded himself again, "Li Qingshan, you're still nothing right now. The Demon King of the North Moon may not be much stronger than this White Ape King. It's better for you to step forward obediently." Chapter 1170. You've taken a lot of risks in this battle. Besides, you can't even survive now. Let's split it in half. Li Qingshan weighed the Yao core in his hand. If they were in Jiuzhou, such a few Yao cores would be nothing to anyone, but now they seemed precious. This is not the time to be even. At the same level of cultivation, your strength is far above mine, so let's focus on helping you recover first. This way, both of us will be safe. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so generous. Besides, it's not like I've come up empty-handed. I'm going to try some food. Help me put away the ape meat. You really want to eat it? Li Qingshan was surprised. The broken limbs and blood on the snow could make even gluttons lose their appetite, and the white ape king's corpse on the ground looked very much like a human. It might not taste as bad as it looks, but it's still spiritual meat, so it's worth a try. Let's go find the white ape king's cave before the snow covers our tracks. As he spoke, the snowstorm grew stronger. The pieces were like goose feathers, moving up and down with the wind. The world was chaotic. Li Qingshan didn't waste any time. He conjured a big bag and swept all the ape demons' corpses into it. Then he carried Gu Yenying and flew into the wind, disappearing into the snow. All that was left was a vast expanse of white snow, covering the blood and ruins. Li Qingshan opened his eyes wide and searched hard. The ape demons moved quickly and left very few traces. Plus, they were in the middle of a snowstorm, so it was especially difficult to find them. The cold was pervasive and deep. Li Qingshan hadn't felt such a chill in a long time, and Gu Yenying's lips were blue from the cold. If this went on, she would fall seriously ill. She had to use the divine talisman of great creation to create a warm current. Try to save energy. Don't be so warm. The hot wind hell still makes me feel warm. Gu Yenying snuggled up to Li Qingshan, using each other's body heat to keep warm. Warm? Li Qingshan shook his head. This was an insult to hell. He felt a burning pain in his soul, as if he had fallen in the middle of a desert, and the water in his body was being smoked dry. Yet he remained clear-headed. If there was no obsession, even death would be close to freedom. But what was truly warm was the soft body under her thin shirt. The wind and snow howled, and the world was in chaos. It was as if the two of them were the only ones left in the world. Refused to accept fate. Against the whole world. This feeling could not be described with words. Li Qingshan lowered his head and glanced at her. Her handsome smile was a little stiff from the cold, but she was still smiling. Like the spring breeze in March, his pair of eagle eyes were still firm, but his true feelings were hard to detect. Watch where you're going. Gu Yenying looked back at him. The snowstorm is too strong, so the trail has been cut off, Li Qingshan said. Let's think of another way. Don't forget our agreement. We're only friends, not lovers. I can't forget it. You should stop feeling so good about yourself, Li Qingshan said disdainfully. I'm just reminding you. After all, a man and a woman are living together in the same world. However, I believe that we are not people who are affected by the environment. Are you saying that to yourself? Yeah, Gu Yenying said calmly. Even if they could go through life and death together, she had to keep her heart to herself. Understood. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the divine talisman of great creation shone with 7-colored brilliance. A black spirit dog materialized and landed lightly on the snowy ground. Its sharp nose sniffed around, and then it went into the forest. The 1,000-foot-high mountain cut through the wind and snow, pointing straight to the sky. There was a flickering light on the top of the mountain, like a star guiding the way, but it was a brightly lit villa. On the precipice of the south peak, for words were carved, the World Sword Sect. Everyone who came here for the first time would be amazed by the incredible sword skills of the person who carved the words and the heroic spirit of looking down on the world. However, there were exceptions today, and there were 2 of them. This white ape sure talks big, Li Qingshan said. In this world, he probably lives up to his name. At the chi practitioner level, demons have a clear advantage in terms of physique. Add that to his innate magical powers, and his intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans, and I'm afraid it will be hard to find a match for him. Yes, but in a world with such thin spirit chi, it's not easy to nurture such a monster. Li Qingshan rode the wind and landed in front of the villa's gate. The gate was huge, and there were 81 nails on the gate, giving off the aura of an emperor. However, what sat in front of the gate was not a stone lion, but a pair of stone apes. There was a faint power shrouding the whole villa. He said in surprise, "There's actually a formation, but it's very low level. It's enough to deal with chi practitioners. Here, This is a formation plate, but I'm afraid you have to go to the eye of the formation first before you can replace its owner. Gu Yening took out the formation plate from the White Ape King's waist and confirmed that there was no such thing as 100 treasures pouch in this world. Otherwise, the White Ape King would have it. The difference between this world and the 9 states was not that all beings above Chi Practitioner were removed, but that the entire way of cultivation was backward. I'll go call the door, HM? There's no need. The vermilion gate suddenly opened, and dozens of shadows swayed inside. Firelight reflected off the snowy ground, dragging the shadows of Li Qingshan and Gu Yening behind them. Who dares trespass into our ape deity villa without permission? The middle-aged man in the lead shouted. His face was fiery red, and his voice was as loud as a bell. The short beard under his chin was very finely trimmed, adding a touch of elegance to his appearance. He was the world-famous Marquis of the Blazing Flame Sword, Ho Hongtao, a Grand Master of the Sword at the 9th tier of the innate level. He was bewildered by the 2 people in front of him, not knowing how they had passed through the many hidden checkpoints on the mountain road to get here in this snowstorm. An expert like him would naturally not take the mountain road and would directly ride his sword up. However, these 2 obviously looked like ordinary people, and they were carrying such a large cloth bag on their backs. Moreover, the cloth bag reeked of blood. They had come with ill intentions. Li Qingshan and Gu Yening looked at each other. They did not expect there to be so many humans in the White Ape King's lair, but it was exactly what they wanted. With more people, they would be able to quickly understand the world around them. Do you still want to speak? Li Qingshan asked Gu Yening. You do it. All right. After their encounter with the White Ape King, it was clear that the gentle approach was not very suitable, so they might as well show their strength. With a wave of Li Qingshan's hand, the cloth bag disappeared, and the severed limbs scattered on the ground. The most intact part was the White Ape King's corpse. Ah, that is. The crowd was in an uproar and they all retreated. Your Highness. Ho Hongtao was the only one who did not move. He stared at the White Ape King's corpse as if he was possessed and muttered, No, this is impossible. The world-famous White Ape King had led his subordinates out of the villa for less than a day, and yet it had ended up in such a tragic state. The image of the demon's star streaking across the sky brought a phrase to everyone's mind. The demon's star descends, bringing disaster to the world. Hey, this old ape is still a king. From today onwards, this place is under our control, and you are all my subordinates. Li Qingshan announced in a loud voice as he stepped forward. The crowd retreated again, their faces filled with fear. I will guard the ape deity villa on behalf of the White Ape King. If you dare take another step forward, don't blame me for being rude. Ho Hongtao's heart was thumping wildly as he stood firmly in place, his hand gripping the blazing sword at his waist. He had already calmed down, and a most logical conjecture came to him. Do you think you can scare us with a mere illusion? Yes, it must be an illusion. Your Highness is wise. It's another trick of the demonic path. The swordsmen all came to their senses and drew their swords. You say this is an illusion? Li Qingshan had a strange expression on his face. Were the bastards of this world really that unmoved by force or persuasion? Did they really want him to go on a killing spree? I didn't expect the Phantom Dancer to have a successor, but to come up with such a laughable illusion. Doesn't he know that even if that old witch came personally, she wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on the Ape King's head? Ho Hongtao was more and more convinced of his judgment. He glanced at the ape corpses on the ground with contempt. It would have been fine if they had been poisoned. Although the chances of that happening were pitifully small, it was still easier to accept. However, it was impossible for them to have been torn to shreds with such a heavy hand. Moreover, the biggest loophole was not this, but the beauty of the woman. Compared to her, the beauties collected from all over the world in the White Ape King's palace were like ordinary cosmetics. How could there be such a stunning beauty in this world? The only explanation was an illusion. At this thought, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Fake, everything is fake. Kill these 2 demonic remnants. Someone shouted proudly. I'm so tired. I really can't communicate with them anymore. Li Qingshan let out a long sigh. If you don't believe me, you can come and check. Gu Yenying shrugged helplessly. Don't go, Your Highness. Who knows what's going on? Yeah, let's kill them first. Forget it. Let's go in first. Li Qingshan pulled Gu Yenying and rushed through the door. He clenched and opened his right hand, ready to slay the dragon. The forest of swords seemed to repeat the scene just now. Without Ho Hongtao's order, no one dared to make the first move. Ho Hongtao stared coldly at the approaching Li Qingshan. The hand holding the sword ignited with a flame. I don't care what kind of demon or ghost you are, I'll cut you down with my sword. However, a trace of uneasiness gradually welled up in his heart. Compared to the woman's stunning beauty, the man's appearance was nothing special. His body could only be considered tall, and he seemed to have practiced some external hard body skills. From beginning to end, there was nothing frightening about him. However, in the flickering flame, he exuded an indescribable demonic aura. I advise you not to try. I'm in a bad state right now, so I can't hold back. Li Qingshan said sincerely and walked past Ho Hongtao. With a clanging sound, the flame suddenly appeared. More than half of the raging fire sword was unsheathed. To everyone's surprise, Ho Hongtao, who was like a raging fire, arrogant than a noble, did not make a move in the end. His face was flushed red. Only a few people noticed that the moment he passed by, Li Qingshan put his fingers together like a sword and made a gesture. After a moment of contemplation, his face also changed. Ho Hongtao ordered, "You two go and check carefully. The illusion is not completely flawless, and it can't be maintained forever." The two braced themselves and went forward to check back and forth for a while. They said in a daze, "Your Highness, it doesn't seem like it's not an illusion." Chapter 1171. What? That's impossible. Did you two see it clearly? If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Seeing that they hadn't fallen for any evil trap, the crowd walked up and picked up the broken limbs one by one. They couldn't tell that it was fake at all. The White Ape King's corpse was the only one that no one dared to touch. Even they shuddered at the sight of that hideous and horrifying death, and they tried their best to keep their distance from it. Everyone's expression changed as they subconsciously gripped the hilts of their swords. The formation above the villa flashed. The master of the formation had changed. Ho Hongtao laughed bitterly. His smile was even uglier than a cry. If the White Ape King was still alive, it would never have given the formation to anyone. This was the best proof. But he still wondered if he was having a nightmare. What should we do, Lord Ho? Everyone had a panicked expression on their faces. There was no lack of sword heroes amongst them, and they were usually people who killed without batting an eyelid. But everything that had happened tonight had exceeded their imaginations, and it was to the point that they were all thrown into confusion. The White Ape King is dead, and the Ape Deity Villa is destroyed. Let's hurry. But with such a heavy snowstorm, where do we go? If we get lost, we'll be in trouble. It's strange. This year's snowstorm came too early, and it's so fierce. It's like the heavens are angry. Could it be that the two just now, they suddenly stopped talking? There seemed to be a giant beast hiding in the snow, occupying the sky above the Ape Deity Villa. It was ready to pounce at any time. Or rather, this feeling was not an illusion. Ho Hongtao gritted his teeth. Don't talk nonsense. How can humans interfere with the power of heaven? Let's go back. But, if they wanted to do something, they would have done it long ago. I'd like to see where they came from. Our origins have nothing to do with you. You just have to obey me like you obey the White Ape King. The magnificent hall was as warm as spring or summer. Charcoal fires burned in the walls, and all the decorations were luxurious. The only thing that looked a little plain was a throne made of 1,000 swords. But it was more famous than any of the decorations. Every sword had its own story, a master who had been defeated by the White Ape King's sword. Li Qingshan laid down on it lazily, gazing at the beautiful patterns on the ceiling in a daze. Ever since he clashed with the King of Feathermen until now, danger at every step. He finally had a chance to catch his breath. He would rather relax. Gu Yenying stood to the side, fiddling with a metal fan that she had found in the White Ape King's secret chamber. There was a mechanism inside that could shoot out sharp hidden weapons. It was a pretty good defensive item. She had already discussed with Li Qingshan that she would not reveal her origins for the time being, lest rumors such as the arrival of the Fiend Star, the world will be in chaos, spread, and she would become the public enemy of the world. I am Ho Hongtao. My fellow martial artists have given me the elegant title of Blazing Sword Marquis. I haven't asked for your names yet. Ho Hongtao introduced himself, hoping that the fierce flame sword Marquis would attract the other party's attention. To his disappointment, the other party did not respond at all. I am Li Qingshan. People call me Descending Tiger in the martial world. When Li Qingshan heard that others had nicknames, he couldn't have none either. He couldn't help but think of his original nickname, which suited his current situation. This was not just descending the mountain, but descending to the lower world. If it were any other time and place, Ho Hongtao would have laughed out loud. Even a thief would not use a vulgar nickname like Descending Tiger, and the so-called people call me by the martial world was just trying to flatter themselves. Who would remember such a person? But now, no matter how hard they tried, they could not bring themselves to laugh. Not a single person could. The White Ape King's corpse was still laid out in the courtyard. Those who had the guts and the qualifications to enter this hall were all innate stage masters, people who had run amok for a while. They all wore serious expressions. What was about to happen here would probably completely disrupt the situation in the northern region, and even the whole world. It might even go down in history. Gu Yenying, the soaring eagle. Gu Yenying smiled slightly. She looked tired, but just as relaxed as Li Qingshan. Hey, when did you get that nickname? Why aren't you called Soaring Eagle? Since you copied me, you should have copied it neatly. Li Qingshan looked at Gu Yenying, the shameless pirate, with a face full of dissatisfaction. This is called the pupil surpassing the master. Your nickname isn't impressive enough. Gu Yenying looked up at the sky. Adding the word God makes it impressive? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Qingshan slapped the armrest, a look of exasperation on his face. If this place can be called the Ape Deity Villa, why can't I be called Soaring Eagle? Then I'll be called the Descending Tiger. Forget it. Adding the word demon is too uncouth and it doesn't make sense. I'll just be called the Descending Tiger. Li Qingshan gave up on the idea of changing his name. He announced proudly, the Descending Tiger, Li Qingshan. Remember this. Yes. Ho Hongtao was stunned when he heard this. He forgot what he was going to say. The masters behind him were also dumbfounded. Was this the time to talk about nicknames? Were these the two people who were going to influence the world? The Inferno Sword Monkey, right? Although you don't look like a monkey, you're barely passable. If that old ape was as smart as you, he wouldn't have died. He glanced at Gu Yenying again. Some people really think they're gods just because they have the word God in their nicknames. No, it's the Ho of the Marquis. Ho Hongtao couldn't help but correct himself, feeling that the atmosphere had become even weirder. There had been people who joked that he should change his name to the Inferno Sword Monkey because he hung out with the White Ape King all day. Of course, he died a horrible death, but now he couldn't do anything about it. The other party obviously didn't mean to humiliate him, because even the Inferno Sword Monkey was much better than the Descending Tiger. Is that so? Li Qingshan suddenly understood. I was wondering, if it was a monkey, it wouldn't be its face that's red. Ho Hongtao's face became even redder. All right, I was just joking to lighten the mood. I'm going to blush. Gu Yenying put her hand to her forehead, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. At least you have some sense of shame. Li Qingshan glanced at her. Let's listen to what Brother Ho has to say. Ho Hongtao took a deep breath. You're mistaken, sir. We're not the White Ape King's subordinates. We're just here to learn the sword. As it turned out, although the White Ape King was a demon, he was fond of human beauty and was unwilling to be a hermit. As long as someone presented him with a generous gift, be it rare treasures, fine wine, or beautiful women, he would be willing to give them pointers in swordsmanship. He didn't care about good or evil, and he didn't accept disciples. No matter what sect it was, anyone could come here to learn from him without having to worry about sectarian bias. Swordsmen came here to exchange pointers and spar. The Ape Deity Mountain Villa had become a holy land for swordsmen. Many swordsmen spent years preparing gifts to come here to learn the sword. This was a grand event that everyone in the world knew about. Ho Hongtao finished his story in one breath, and he couldn't help but sigh. Li Qingshan seemed to be in a trance. After a while, he said. Chapter 1172. Ho Hongtao choked on his breath, his face flushed red. He could not hold it in any longer. Are you listening to me or not? Or are you treating us like we're nothing? Li Qingshan laughed loudly, his voice shaking the hall. Although there was no aura in it, there was a kind of heroic spirit. Reading the latest novel, I said that because I heard you. As the saying goes, when the tiger is away, the monkey is king. You guys only know how to respect the monkey, but you don't know how to fear the tiger. Isn't that ridiculous? Ho Hongtao's expression fluctuated. He had to admit this, but there was still an inexplicable emotion that he could not accept. He argued, perhaps the White Ape King is just a monkey in your eyes, sir, but its existence is beneficial to us. What benefit do you have to us, sir? He pointed behind him. Do you know what price they paid to come here to learn swordsmanship? Now they've all been destroyed by your hands. The swordsmen were moved to hear this. Lord Ho is still speaking up for us. How can we cower? This is the holy land of all swordsmen. It belongs to all swordsmen. If you want to replace the White Ape King as the master of the villa, you need all of us to agree. I think Lord Ho is the best candidate. I am willing to recommend Lord Ho as the new master. What do you all think? Good. I support you. Since you're a tiger coming down from the mountain, why don't you go back to where you came from? For a moment, the crowd was so excited that they disregarded life and death. Even the swordsmen outside the hall, whose strength had not reached the innate stage, rushed in. They all had their hands on the hilt of their swords, as if they would drive Li Qingshan down the mountain if he dared to say no. You. Ho Hongtao had just been unable to hold back his anger, but now he could not help but feel his heart burn. If he could become the new master, with his popularity, he could make the Ape Deity Villa the strongest sword sect in the north. No, it would not be the Ape Deity Villa, but the Deity Sword Villa. And the wealth that the White Ape King had spent 100 years accumulating, the beauties in his harem, and the vast amount of resources. All of it would belong to him. A man born in this world. What else could he ask for? Gradually, it overwhelmed his fear. But he did not realize that he was not such a fickle person. Since he could not draw his sword at the door, why was he provoked by the crowd? What if he changed his mind? On this lonely peak shrouded in snow and wind, in the magnificent hall, Heaven's will was still everywhere, affecting everything without a trace. Damn it, I'll be more polite to you. You dare to talk to me about democracy? I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Do you really think that ferocious beasts don't eat people? Li Qingshan raised his thick eyebrows. When the White Ape King was around, he did not believe that this bunch of wretched wretches would dare mention anything about electing a new manor lord. Do you really think that I, Li Qingshan, am that easy to bully? Ho Hongtao's heart skipped a beat. He almost didn't dare to look at that pair of angry eyes. There was a faint trace of regret in his heart. But at this moment, he had no way to back down. He made up his mind. If these two really have such great strength, why haven't they revealed it all this time? Perhaps they fought a fierce battle with the White Ape King and were also heavily injured. They also had nowhere to go in the blizzard, so they came here to hide from the wind and snow. If we give them the chance to recuperate, then they will miss this heaven-sent opportunity. Li Qingshan suddenly stood up and clenched his right hand, ready to chop these bastards to death. Seeing that the hall was about to become a slaughterhouse again, Gu Yenying coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. She smiled and patted Li Qingshan on the shoulder. Li Qingshan's mouth twitched. Gu Yenying spread her hands. Although she was speaking in riddles, her meaning was very clear. You're doing it again. There's no way to communicate with these bastards. It's better to kill them all. It's easy to kill them, but I'm afraid that the slightest move will affect the whole situation and cause more trouble. Li Qingshan sat down again, hoping that she could communicate successfully this time. Gu Yenying looked back at the swordsman and sighed. Why do you all have to do this? We suffered some injuries when we killed the White Ape King, so we don't want to fight again to avoid aggravating our injuries. But if we really do fight, who among you can walk out alive? Especially you, Marquis Sword of the Blaze. If you unsheath your sword, we will definitely use the formation to suppress you and kill you first. No matter who the new Manor Lord is, it will not be your turn. Not only was she not bluffing, she even lied about being injured. Because although what Li Qingshan said was true, it was far beyond the imagination of these people, making it difficult for them to believe him. To scare a bunch of rats, only a cat was needed. A tiger was unnecessary. Who do you think here is afraid of death? That's right, we will not be threatened. Although Ho Hongtao's tone was firm, his heart was beating like a drum. The other swordsmen were also somewhat hesitant. Although Gu Yanying's words were all lies, they actually seemed reasonable. Two Xiantian realm experts, even if they were seriously injured, could still drag everyone here to hell with them. And her charm seemed to greatly reduce the inexplicable malice these people felt. If she stood still, no one would dare to kill her. We have to convince people with virtue and reason, not force them to do so. Everyone is here to learn swordsmanship, not to fight to the death. Take a look at this. Gu Yenying fished out a thick book from her sleeve and casually flipped through it. She had no idea what kind of leather it was made from, but every single page was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was filled with tiny, regular script, and there were many beautiful drawings as well, all of which depicted the white ape sword dance. White ape sword technique. Yuan Hongtao's eyes widened. In an instant, everyone's eyes were firmly drawn to it, their eyes filled with passion, like a pervert seeing a beauty, a miser finding a gold mine, or a drunkard smelling good wine. Some people could not help but take 2 steps forward before coming to their senses. Over the past 100 years, the White Ape King had constantly learned from others while teaching others sword techniques, and combined it with his own understanding of swordsmanship. He had written the White Ape Sword Technique. He had also once boasted to everyone that the most exquisite sword techniques in the world were all gathered in this book, like rivers flowing into the sea. If this book were to spread, all the sword manuals in the world could be burned. If the Ape Deity Mountain Villa was the holy land for all swordsmen, then the White Ape Sword Technique would be the holy scripture for all swordsmen. Of course, no one would casually pass on their ultimate technique. Even their closest kin had to keep it a secret. As a result, everyone knew about the existence of this book, but not a single person had seen it with their own eyes. That's right. It's the world-renowned ultimate sword technique, the White Ape Sword Technique. Gu Yenying's expression was solemn, but Li Qingshan noticed the corner of her lips curl slightly. Of course, they had found it in the White Ape King's secret room. They had flipped through it casually, but it was not very valuable. It was not even as good as the introductory sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace. Li Qingshan had even mocked back then. Monkeys dancing around with tree branches. How dare they call themselves the sword sect of the world, and they've even written it in such a tedious book. What a joke. Then, he casually tossed it aside. He did not notice that Gu Yenying had picked it up again. What? What do you mean by this? This belongs to the Ape Deity Mountain Villa. Please. Ho Hongtao's eyes were extremely sharp. While Gu Yenying was flipping through the book, Ho Hongtao could clearly see many words and pictures. He could clearly see many words and pictures. They were indeed exquisite beyond compare and were definitely not forged. There was a ripping sound. Gu Yenying grabbed a page and tore it forcefully. Ah! Stop. Almost everyone cried out as if they had been slashed by a knife. Since we've become the new masters of this place, we naturally have to shoulder the responsibilities of the old masters and pass on sword techniques to everyone. It's a pity that we don't cultivate the way of the sword, so we can only let everyone study it on their own. Gu Yenying smiled as she casually tossed aside the torn page. Please verify its authenticity first, Marquis, before pasting it on the screen wall outside. Pasting it on the screen wall? Ho Hongtao held the thin page of the book in both hands, wondering if he had misheard. This was the White Ape Swordplay method. Even if he were to become the new Heights Lord, he would never show this book to anyone, let alone tear it down and stick it on the wall. For people in the martial arts world, it was better to let someone sleep with their wife than to hand over the secret book to others. Yes, we don't cultivate the way of the sword, so this book is of no use to us. It would be a waste to hide it in the secret room. Therefore, I'm prepared to pass on the white ape swordplay method to everyone. What do you think? Everyone looked as if they had been hit by a pie. They were so happy that they could not believe it. Who would object? In the martial arts world, there were too many cases of people fighting to the death for a secret manual. Which secret manual could be compared to the white ape sword technique? Moreover, there was no risk involved. How could there be such a good thing in this world? You want to make the white ape swordplay method public? Ho Hongtao asked. Yes, everyone, including the maids and servants, can read it at will. If anyone dares to obstruct, anyone can kill them immediately. You'll be responsible for this matter. But you have to keep a close eye on it. If you lose it, it'll be gone forever. It's best to pass it around and make copies for everyone. Gu Yenying said very considerately. In the eyes of the swordsman, she was like a goddess descending. Ho Hongtao felt that all eyes were focused on him. It was completely different from the way they looked at him when they elected him as the master just now. He held the thin page as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. His heart was still unwilling. If it's just a page, I don't think it's a big deal. You'd better take it back. Of course it's not just a page. It's just that the white ape swordplay method is broad and profound. In order to prevent everyone from going crazy, it has to be released slowly. I promise to update it every day. Tomorrow will be the second page, and the day after tomorrow will be the third page, until the whole book is released. What do you think? Your Excellency is very scheming. You actually want to use such a book to control all of us. Ho Hongtao said coldly. Gu Yenying let out a long sigh. I've done it out of good intentions, yet I still have to be criticized like this. If that's the case, I'm willing to abdicate and give the position of the Manor Lord to you. The white ape sword scripture is also yours, so you can give it to whoever you want. Qingshan, let's go. Both of you, please stay. I'm willing to serve you as the master of the manor. Yes, we need two generous and righteous masters. The two Xiantian masters looked at each other and changed their minds. If this white ape swordplay technique were to fall into Ho Hongtao's hands, it would be difficult for even his father to take a look at it, let alone outsiders like them. The swordsmen who were not strong enough were especially excited. Ho Hongtao did not care about this page, but they did. Regardless of what would happen in the future, they would first get to eat this piece of meat. Gu Yenying winked at Li Qingshan and stared at Ho Hongtao. What else do you have to say? If you still object, we will leave now. We will not stay. Ho Hongtao felt a chill in his heart. Now that the people's morale was gone, the opponent only needed to activate the formation to suppress him. Then, with a casual strike, he would be dead. Even if the opponent really left, no one would stop him. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the white ape swordplay method. There was bound to be an extremely tragic and bloody battle in this hall. This was because no matter who obtained the white ape swordplay method, they would never share it with anyone else. In the end, only one person would be able to walk out of this hall, and the other would only need to make a detour before coming back. In that case, I'm also willing to serve you as the new master of the manor. I hope you can keep your promise. Otherwise, we will not let this matter rest. Of course, but I also hope that everyone will know their place, supervise each other, and wait for the updates. If anyone has ill intentions and intends to monopolize this white ape swordplay method, then I will be the first to not let him off. All right, we have to go back to recuperate. Everyone, please take your time to study the first page of the swordplay manual. Gu Yenying pulled Li Qingshan out of the hall and returned to the manor's backyard. The young swordsman reluctantly watched as she left. They felt a deep hatred for Li Qingshan. But soon, their attention was attracted by the first page of the swordplay manual. Master Ho, quickly let us see the white ape swordplay method. What's the hurry? I will first verify its authenticity. Ho Hongtao's face was stiff as he carefully studied it. Everyone cursed. Didn't you look down on this page of the swordplay manual? A gust of cold wind blew snowflakes on her face. Gu Yenying sneezed and rubbed her nose. She smiled and said, "Heaven's will and man's will." How interesting. Hey, we are now carrying our own mockery. These people have not noticed that they are being driven by heaven's will. Who cannot be affected by the environment? Now, try to solve it in a gentle way. These are all your future readers. Huh, that's true. Manor Lord, Madam Manor Lord, you have finally come out. I was worried to death. A middle-aged woman rushed up to greet them. Her charming face was full of worry and concern, and she was holding 2 large cloaks in her hands. You are? Li Qingshan was surprised. He did not know this woman at all. He vaguely remembered seeing her just now, when he had rushed into the backyard to control the formation. I am Yuan Feifei. I am in charge of the backyard of the manor. I will be responsible for the manor lord and madam's daily necessities. I will make sure you are satisfied. Yuan Feifei carefully observed the situation. She was originally the White Ape King's concubine. Later on, she grew old and became the steward of the inner yard. She and Yuan Hongtao were in charge of the interior and exterior of the manor. However, although she was also skilled in martial arts, her strength was much weaker. She had almost reached the innate level, and she had relied almost entirely on pleasing the White Ape King to secure her position. Now that the White Ape King was dead, she was naturally anxious to serve and protect her position. Who said that heavens can control man's heart? As the saying goes, man can conquer nature. Isn't this a real example? Li Qingshan smiled as he took the cloak and draped it over Gu Yenying. Gu Yenying also laughed. In the end, it is only an influence. There is no way to completely distort it. Otherwise, this would be the Azura realm. Yuan Feifei looked puzzled, not knowing what they were talking about. To be continued. Chapter 1173. Gu Yenying said, All right, you'll still be in charge of the backyard of the villa, but I'm not the wife of the villa master. I'm the vice villa master. Thank you, villa masters. I'll do my best to serve you in the future. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Don't think that this is a bitter and cold place in the northern region. In terms of food and clothing, even the leader of the martial arts world can't compare with us. Yuan Feifei was full of smiles. She didn't expect them to be so easygoing and not arrogant at all. It seemed that they were easier to deal with than the old ape. I just want to take a comfortable bath and drink a few cups of wine, Li Qingshan said. What kind of wine would you like to drink, Villa Master? We have Thousand Leaves Spring from the southern region, Red Jade from the western region. Yuan Feifei casually listed more than 10 kinds of wine, all of which were century-old. I want all of them. Villa Master is very knowledgeable. What about you, Vice Villa Master? Ask the kitchen to cook the ape's meat. I want to eat it later, Gu Yenying said. Yuan Feifei's expression changed slightly. Yes, I'll prepare it now. Then she hurriedly retreated, her footsteps light and silent, showing her extraordinary lightness skill. However, at the corner of the corridor, she slipped on the snow and almost hit her head on the pillar if she didn't react fast enough and used her hand to support herself. She cursed in a low voice and thought, I've really neglected my martial arts recently. Looking at this familiar scene, Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying looked at each other. Could it be that their bad luck was contagious? It seems that whoever stands on our side, even if it's just hypocritical, will be implicated, Gu Yenying said in a low voice. If they're sincere, won't they be cursed to death by us? Is this the legendary Sky Curse Lone Star? Villa Masters, Steward Yuan asked me to take you to the pool. As they spoke, a woman in red came to lead the way with a lantern. In the steaming hot air, Li Qingshan held a green jade wine cup and soaked himself in the pool made of white jade. He let out a long breath. For beautiful women, each with their own merits, knelt behind him. They held wine pots, round fans, and other objects in their hands. Once the wine cup was empty, they would immediately refill it and gently fan it. She was wearing a thin gauze dress. Her graceful figure was faintly visible. Li Qingshan had never been a gentleman who would not let go of the opportunity to enjoy himself. But now, he was just drinking cup after cup of wine. Because Gu Yenying was sitting on the other side of the pool. He soaked his bare feet in the water. She was looking at him with a smile. You can pretend that I don't exist and do whatever you want. She didn't have any power to protect herself, and even a fall could be fatal. He couldn't leave Li Qingshan's sight. I can pretend that you don't exist, but they can't pretend that you don't exist. Especially when you're holding that damn thing. Who would be interested? Li Qingzhan burped, his eyes a little blurred. There was at least one advantage to being in this world, and that was getting drunk very quickly. But the four beauties behind him looked terrified, their movements stiff, and they didn't dare to look in Gu Yanying's direction. This monkey brain tastes pretty good. Do you want to try it? Gu Yanying held the head of the white ape king in her arms, holding a silver spoon in her hand. She ate mouthful by mouthful, her movements still elegant and calm. Monkey brains were the easiest to cook, and this was the first dish that the villa's kitchen had sent to Gu Yanying. They seemed to feel that there was a deeper meaning to it, and they made it very carefully. The head had already been processed, and only white bones were left. The skull had also been opened, and it looked like a strangely shaped container. The monkey brain was as tender as tofu, and after a simple cooking with hot oil, it gave off a strong fragrance, but the malevolent and resentful aura could not be dispelled. Contrasting with her beautiful face, it gave off a strange and terrifying aura, like a scene that could only be seen in nightmares. Sure, Li Qingzhan laughed. She had already killed it, so why wouldn't she dare to eat it? Catch! The white ape king's head was thrown over, and a few screams came from behind Li Qingzhan. The four beauties retreated in panic, the wine jug toppling over, the round fan falling to the ground. This was the person they had been serving all this time, and now he had become food in someone else's mouth. Was there anything crueler than this? One of the women even lay on the ground and retched, her face covered in snot and tears. Li Qingzhan caught the head, glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, and shook his head. We've really become monsters. It would have been fine if it had been a cruel and tyrannical mood, as it was nothing more than a twisted, morally bankrupt lunatic. But in reality, they did not see it as a big deal. It was nothing more than an attempt to recover their strength, and at most they felt a little disgusted. Hee, I was born a monster with extraordinary talent. You have to thank for your hard work. Gu Yanying put her hands on the edge of the pool and raised her body, her long hair reaching the ground. Thank you for the compliment. It really does taste good. Li Qingzhan laughed and swept the monkey brain clean. He then picked up the wine jug, filled the skull, and drank it in one gulp. He waved his hand and said, "You can all leave." The four women felt as if they had been pardoned and fled through the door. In a warm room, Yuan Feifei asked about the situation and gave them 4 slaps on their faces. She scolded, "Bitches, how dare you disrespect the 2 manor masters? Where's the etiquette I usually teach you?" The woman in red who led the way for Li Qingzhan said, "Chief, please forgive us. We were really scared. You didn't see it when they ate. It was like eating normal food. It felt like we didn't know when they would open our heads and eat it." Slap. Another slap to the face, causing the woman in red to see stars. Call them manor masters. Yuan Feifei pondered for a moment, and her expression changed. Don't blame me for being too ruthless. I'm doing this for your own good. It's getting late, you should go and rest. She then looked in the direction of the pool. Li Qingzhan, Gu Yanying, where did you come from? The 4 women covered their red and swollen faces with a belly full of resentment and left the warm room. The woman in red said, "Wait for me in my room. I'll go outside and ask about the situation." After a while, the woman in red returned to her room and carefully closed the door. She took out a piece of paper that was still wet and said excitedly, "I have something good for you." "Sister Feihong, what is this?" The girl in yellow asked. "This is the first page of the white ape swordplay technique. That ape spirit bragged a lot about it." The white ape swordplay technique. The 3 women exclaimed at the same time. This world was full of martial arts. They also had inner force, but it was only for the sake of maintaining their appearance and beauty. They were not allowed to learn martial arts, let alone have the opportunity to learn such advanced martial arts. Where did you get it? You still don't know, but something big happened in the outer yard. The woman in red explained and suddenly laughed. That old ape said he was invincible. Now, not only was his clan exterminated, even his brains were eaten by someone. This is retribution. Sister Feihong, don't talk about it. I still feel disgusted when I think about it. But if Chief finds out, when we learn this peerless sword technique, do we still have to be afraid of that old witch? Who are you calling an old witch? Suddenly, Yuan Feifei's gloomy voice came from outside the door. The four women's expressions changed. To be continued. Chapter 1174. Li Qingshan used the skull to drink all of the alcohol, so he was already completely drunk. He used everything he had to crawl out of the pool. The clear water flowed down his bronze, robust body. He had not been drunk like this for many years. As his cultivation continued to grow, no matter how much wine he drank, there would always be a trace of sobriety in his mind. It was difficult for him to indulge so thoroughly. However, he did not become weak because of this. On the contrary, he became more dangerous than ever. If those swordsmen dared to anger him at this time, they would see what was called ferocity. Gu Yenying did not shy away from him, let alone show any emotion similar to shyness. She looked him up and down and came to him through the hazy heat. She picked up the towel that was thrown on the ground and carefully wiped his body. Li Qingshan suddenly held her hand, and his eyes were burning like fire. Gu Yenying silently looked at him, as quiet as the sky. Li Qingshan seemed to see himself in it. He slowly let go of her hand, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Gu Yenying acted as if nothing had happened. She put the cloak on him, sat cross-legged beside him, and took out a geographical atlas to study. Compared with the white ape swordplay, books about the geography and history of this world were what she urgently needed. The books were piled high. Unknowingly, the sky was bright, and the snow reflected the paper window. She yawned and had a general grasp of the situation. This world was indeed much smaller than the 9 states. It was less than 10,000 miles in length and width, and was roughly divided into 5 regions: Eastern Region, Western Region, Southern Region, Northern Region, and Central Region. The geographical features were slightly similar to the 9 states. It was also cold in the north and hot in the south. However, the mountains and rivers were much smaller. Was there any inexplicable connection between these worlds? This question was not something that she could explore at the moment. There was almost no concept of cultivation in this world. The most popular was martial arts rather than spells. Killing and fighting were more important than self-cultivation. After thinking about it for a while, he understood the reason. The power of Qi practitioners' spells was too limited by the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, and the speed of casting spells was much slower than close combat. Naturally, they were eliminated in the battles. The Qi practitioners of the 9 provinces did not pay much attention to fighting and killing methods because the Foundation establishment cultivators, who knew nothing about fighting and killing, could kill a Qi practitioner with a snap of their fingers. The only way to win was to continuously raise their cultivation level. But there were also many similarities. Transcending the tribulation and ascending was their ultimate goal. This place was also known as the Void-Shattering Realm, and the powerful ones still dominated this world. Although they did not form an absolute rule like the Great Xia dynasty, they only formed a loose alliance with a few big sects and families as the backbone. The chief of Wulin was constantly being replaced to maintain the so-called righteous path of Wulin. From time to time, they would join forces to fight against evil. Rather than saying that justice triumphed over evil, it would be better to say that order triumphed over chaos. As for those martial arts masters and celebrities, she did not spend too much effort memorizing them. After all, the top masters were only at the level of the White Ape King. Actually, Li Qingshan's route was not necessarily unworthy of a try. He could go on a killing spree as he pleased, turning himself into the embodiment of terror and using fear to stifle hostility. A book written by a demon king might be more eye-catching than a hero. Thinking of this, she glanced at Li Qingshan. But it was better to fight with wits first before bravery. At this time, Yuan Feifei's voice sounded from outside the door. "Villa Master, your servant has something to ask of you." Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of vigilance, as if he had not slept at all. But when he came back to his senses, he became lazy again. He stretched and looked at Gu Yenying, who looked exhausted. "You worked hard last night." Actually, I didn't need anyone to keep watch. Even though he had fallen to such a state, his intuition, honed by hundreds of battles, still remained. If there was danger, he would be able to sense it. I'm in a hurry to learn more about this world. I have a general idea, and I'll tell you later. Gu Yenying yawned again. No rush, we have plenty of time. You should sleep for a while. We'll talk about it later. Let's see what happened. Don't forget, peace is the most precious, and we must win people over with virtue. The door opened, and Yuan Feifei could not wait to claim credit. Last night, your servant discovered a few traitors. Please deal with them, Villa Master. The wind and snow howled throughout the night, only weakening a little at dawn. The snow was thick to the ankles, and the world was pure white. 4 women knelt in the courtyard. They were the 4 beauties who had waited on him by the bathing pool last night. Their clothes were thin, but their graceful bodies were almost completely covered in snow. The woman in red, in particular, was now completely naked. She knelt naked in the snow, and her skin had already turned blue from the cold. She did not react even when someone approached. What's the meaning of this? Li Qingshan frowned. Villa Master, please take a look. These little bitches dare to secretly learn martial arts. They deserve to die 1,000 times. Yuan Feifei hurriedly handed over the page of the sword manual and added, Your servant did not even take a look at the martial arts on this page. Gu Yenying said, Did I not make myself clear last night? Everyone in the villa can learn the martial arts on this page. You can read it if you want. Naturally, it's the same for them. Yes, yes, yes. Deputy Villa Master is benevolent and righteous. But these bitches have colluded with men from the outer yard. I wonder what other shameless things they have done. Shut up. Are you the Villa Master, or am I? How dare you torture them without my permission? Are you tired of living? Li Qingshan bared his white teeth. Hehe, Steward Yuan, would you have done the same when the White Ape King was here? Gu Yenying said. I'm doing this for the rules of the villa. Yuan Feifei's eyes wandered, and she lowered her head. These 4 women were the most beautiful in the White Ape King's inner yard. If the White Ape King was still here, she would never have dared to execute them. She had wanted to use this opportunity to properly punish them, but she did not expect her thoughts to be seen through so easily. Let me teach you the rules. Gu Yenying stretched out her hand. Yuan Feifei wanted to dodge but did not dare. Her fingertips lightly brushed across the back of her hand, and she immediately went limp. Her mouth was wide open, but no sound came out. She stared at Gu Yenying as if she was looking at a ghost. Even the White Ape King could not endure the pain of hell, let alone her. Do you understand? Yuan Feifei nodded repeatedly. Very good. You know what to do. There will not be a next time. After Gu Yenying said this, she and Li Qingshan returned to the White Ape King's training room. Yuan Feifei got up from the ground and checked herself. There was not a single wound on her body. She did not know what kind of method the other party had used, but she did not want to experience this a second time. She did not dare to underestimate the scheming methods of the 2 new Villa Masters. She cursed back, You 4 bitches, consider yourself lucky. The 2 Villa Masters are magnanimous and have spared your lives. Chapter 1175. The tower was isolated in the snowstorm and was located at the center of the villa. It was the core of the entire formation and also a place for cultivation. Below it was a secret chamber deep inside the mountain, which also served as a treasure vault. Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying came to the platform at the top of the tower. The snowstorm here was particularly fierce, and the villa below them could be vaguely seen. Any further and it would be white again. Gu Yenying tugged at her cloak. No wonder the White Ape King is so difficult to communicate with. That arrogance of his was probably cultivated here. You will reach the top and look down on all the other mountains. Occasionally, he would feel this way when he climbed the mountain, but if he were to stay at such a high place all day long, coupled with his unparalleled martial arts, his temperament would inevitably be affected. It's not a bad thing for sword cultivators to be a little arrogant, but unfortunately, there's always someone better out there. The wind and snow here are too strong. Let's go down. Don't catch a cold. From the high platform, Li Qingshan let Gu Yenying rest in the study on the second floor of the tower, while he went down alone to the deep secret chamber. It was pitch black and cold inside. Not only was there no light, but there were no heating facilities either. The White Ape King's physique was so strong that it was almost impervious to the cold and heat, so it didn't need to rely on light either. Instead, as long as there was a little light, all sorts of rare treasures in the grooves in the walls would immediately shine brilliantly. Li Qingshan didn't look at the treasures around him. He only stared at the ground beneath his feet. The mountain rock was polished to the point where one could see one's reflection, revealing fine and compact textures. There wasn't much worth paying attention to, but in his eyes, it was more attractive than any other treasure. He looked at it very seriously, even kneeling down and gently stroking it, feeling the hardness of the rock. His eyes seemed to be gazing into the distance. It passed through the mountains and reached the depths of the earth. In fact, he was different from Gu Yenying. Compared to the vast and high sky, he preferred the solid and heavy earth that could bear the weight of all things. He would never be high above others. Even if there were high mountains and steep cliffs, they were just small undulations compared to the whole earth. Even mortals could reach the top with a little effort, and they could even proudly think that they had conquered the mountains. Could it be that this world can really seal all of my power? Li Qingshan didn't believe it and wasn't willing to just rely on the divine talisman of great creation. He took a deep breath. He silently sensed the deep earth beneath his feet. Time ticked by. The mountain rocks in the cold winter were as cold as iron. The chill seeped through the soles of his feet, and the cold blood flowed through his entire body. His body slowly stiffened. He didn't need the divine talisman of great creation for warmth. Instead, he flung his cloak to the side. His body temperature continued to drop. Gradually reaching the edge of death, the mysterious will of the heavens imprisoned everything, like a strict and cold father. He still endured and didn't move, an unfilial son that would never yield. Gradually, the cold ground began to warm up, and the sturdy rocks began to soften. As if he had used a needle to pierce through some sort of barrier, a sliver of power flowed into his body from the ground beneath his feet. Although it was extremely minuscule, it was endless. It was somewhat similar to the innate divine ability, Earth Divine Power, but it was definitely not just a divine ability. Ox Demon sinks in the mud. Different from all the other Fiend God transformations, the Ox Demon transformation was where his foundation lay. From roaming the pugilistic world to dominating the world, it had always been his most powerful transformation. Now that he had cast aside all external factors, he had instead revealed some of his most intrinsic qualities. The familiar and intimate power poured into his body, purging all of the coldness as if it could not bear to see him fall into death. Although he was an unfilial son of the heavens, he was the beloved son of the earth. Li Qingshan was excited. He leaned over and kissed the ground deeply before standing up and throwing a punch. Bang! The heavy sound of air shattering echoed through the secret room. He took a step back, twisted his waist, and punched out with both fists. The Ox Demon holds the heavens. It was like he had returned to many years ago, when he was a young man focused on cultivation beneath Crouching Ox Hill. However, he was no longer a young man at the end of the day. Every single move was heavy and slow, imbued with the essence, chi, and soul he had condensed throughout his life. But before long, a growl rang out in the darkness. Li Qingshan was taken aback, only discovering that it was his stomach growling. He rubbed his stomach and could not help but laugh. I still have to continue drinking and eating meat. Gu Yenying slept very soundly this time. She dreamed that she was roaming through the void. It was boundless, dark, and empty, but this time, she was no longer riding on the wings. Instead, she had turned into a Kuanping. When she woke up, she was still in a slight daze. She laid on the soft bed and raised the azure feather high into the air with her right hand, letting it roam about in her hand. She produced whistling sounds from her mouth, as if the wings were stirring up a fierce gale and passing through the void. What are you doing? Li Qingshan was amused. He was basically like a child who was daydreaming. Gu Yenying blushed for once. She stowed the Kuanping feather away and sat up. What did you do today? I can't tell from here. You'll know in a moment, said Li Qingshan. His connection with the earth was still extremely weak. He could not sense it from the top of the tower. Let's go and find something to eat. Gu Yenying also found that she was very hungry. She glanced at the hourglass and said, "It's time to publish the second page. Otherwise, those guys will be waiting anxiously." Making his way out of the tower, Gu Yenying immediately noticed Li Qingshan's changes. Every single step he took was rooted to the ground, steady and firm. He possessed a familiar sense of power. Your strength has recovered? A little bit. At least I'm not that weak anymore. Li Qingshan clenched his fist. You seem to have changed a little too. Really? I'm not as hardworking as you. I was just sleeping. Then you should sleep more in the future. The two of them walked to the hall of the outer court. All the swordsmen were already waiting there. The noise suddenly quieted down. They looked at them with nervous and expectant eyes. Almost all of them did not sleep the whole night. They kept studying that page of the sword manual. They only felt that it was extremely exquisite and indescribable. Other than Ho Hongtao and a few other innate masters, most of the others did not even understand this page. Ho Hongtao also keenly noticed the changes in them. Especially Li Qingshan's change was the most obvious. His calm and majestic posture gave him a feeling that he could not be shaken. If they wanted to deal with them, they had already missed the best opportunity. And that page of the sword manual made everyone have no time or energy to think about other things. Li Qingshan sat on a throne made of long swords. A woman came out from the crowd and shouted, "Welcome, Villa Master." The swordsman followed suit and said, "Welcome, Villa Master." Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment before he recognized the woman. She was the naked woman kneeling in the snow this morning. She had changed into a tight outfit and had a long sword on her back. Her appearance was completely different. He almost couldn't recognize her with her clothes on. Seeing her pale face, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you feeling better?" "Thank you for your concern, Villa Master. I'm already much better. It's just that my three sisters' inner strength is not enough. The cold poison has invaded their bodies and they can't stop coughing. Fei Hong, thank you for saving their lives." "That's easy. Ho Hongtao, don't you cultivate raging fire qi? Let's treat them." Li Qingshan instructed casually. "I don't cultivate martial arts for this kind of thing," Ho Hongtao said proudly. Even the White Ape King wouldn't dare order him around like a servant. Chapter 1176. What did you say? I told you to make a move. Don't worry, I won't use a formation to suppress you. I'll let you die knowing. Gu Yenying rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you say peace was the most important thing? Li Qingshan smiled. Since his strength could be slowly restored, there was no need to waste the power of the divine talisman of great creation. There was no need to be so timid. Reading the latest novel, Gu Yenying advised, "Brother Ho, this Uncle Li's temper is so bad that he doesn't even recognize his own family. He only asked you to save a life, which is a good deed. Why do you have to put on airs everywhere?" Ho Hongtao was so angry that he started laughing. "They're still people. I've already tolerated this bitch for daring to stand side by side with us, yet she actually wants me to waste my energy to heal them. It's simply absurd." "Fine, pretend I didn't say anything." Gu Yenying took a step back. If someone wanted to die, there was nothing she could do. If they are not human beings, then what are you? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "I am the Marquis of Firesword. Even the White Ape King would not humiliate me for those bitches. Shut up. If you dare compare me to that old ape again, you won't even have the chance to make a move." "Fine, I'd like to see exactly what you're capable of to actually dare to be so condescending." With a clang, the flame sword was unsheathed, reflecting the whole hall red. The temperature suddenly rose. The swordsmen were forced to retreat by the heat wave. Ho Hongtao released his Zhen Qi and turned it into a raging fire, dyeing his beard and hair red. He strode toward Li Qingshan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, his momentum rose to the extreme. Sword Qi whistled. The flame rose like a dragon's roar. The long sword turned into a bright red flame and cut toward Li Qingshan. "It's the fire dragon cut." All the swordsmen were amazed, especially the two Xiantian 8th stage swordsmen. They were well aware of Ho Hongtao's strength, but they hadn't expected that he would have another breakthrough. Could it be because of that one page of the white ape sword technique? But he didn't know that Ho Hongtao himself was also very pleasantly surprised. The moment he attacked Li Qingshan, the circulation of his Jin Qi suddenly resonated with the world's spiritual Qi, as if it had some kind of will. He had been trapped in the Xiantian 9th stage for many years. At this moment, he seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. He unleashed an unprecedentedly powerful attack. Seeing that Li Qingshan was sitting still, he snorted, "Humph, even the White Ape King wouldn't dare to take my sword head-on. How dare you be so careless? You're courting death." Li Qingshan slowly raised his hand. He pressed down. There was a loud bang. The hall trembled. The raging fire disappeared, and a deep handprint appeared on the ground. Ho Hongtao was lying in the center of the giant handprint. He raised his head in disbelief, wanting to say something, but spat out a mouthful of blood. All his bones and internal organs were shattered, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes as he breathed his last. Li Qingshan gently withdrew his hand. Dealing with this kind of trash was much easier than dealing with the White Ape King. Because the divine talisman of great creation's various tricks were limited by the power of this world, when faced with a top expert like the White Ape King, he would have to spend 2 or 3 moves and use some techniques. As for the weaker guys, he could just crush them with absolute power. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the dignified Marquis Sword of Blaze could not even take one move and ended up like this. Because they hadn't seen them in action before, they still had a trace of hope and contempt, but now it all vanished. If they didn't have such tricks, how could they have killed the White Ape King? My lord. Several swordsmen had always been on good terms with Ho Hongtao, and seeing this situation, they couldn't help but be furious. Anger inexplicably overwhelmed their reason, and they pulled out their swords, shouting, "Everyone, let's get revenge for my lord." "Good. I'll kill you bunch of untamed dogs." Li Qingshan sneered and was about to start a massacre. With a tearing sound, Gu Yenying tore out another page of the white ape sword technique and shouted, "Take them down." The 2 innate 8th tier swordsmen looked at each other and unsheathed their swords. With a flash of sword light, several people who were shouting for revenge were all dead on the ground. They also killed a few riders and stabilized the situation. Thick blood flowed out and dyed the resplendent hall red. Returning their swords to their sheaths, they stepped forward and cupped their hands. Reporting to the manor lord, Ho Hongtao's remaining followers have all been beheaded. We are not on the same side as him, so please show mercy. The martial arts world had always respected the strong, and bowing to such a person was not a shameful thing. Thinking back, the other party had such power, but had always been so restrained, even taking out the white ape sword technique to give to everyone. Ho Hongtao's behavior was simply stupid, just like the saying, "Respect the monkey, but not the tiger." In the end, it was inevitable that he would die in the tiger's mouth. Without saying a word, Gu Yenying put down the sword manual. The two of them reached out and each grabbed one side of the manual, not giving way to the other. "From today on, you're responsible for the affairs of the manor's outer court. I appoint you as the left and right protectors. The right protector thanks the manor lord." In today's world, the right was respected. One of them immediately put down the sword manual and bowed to thank the manor lord. After all, everyone could see the sword manual in the end. The other person was secretly resentful, but he could only thank the manor lord. The left protector thanks the manor lord. Reporting to the manor lord, although I don't practice the sword chi of raging fire, I can still heal the wounds of the ladies. Me too. Then I'll leave this matter to you. In the future, I don't want anyone to be punished for learning swordsmanship. I want everyone in this manor to have a chance to learn and practice martial arts. I want everyone to have the opportunity to become a peerless master. Li Qingshan opened his arms and shouted, trying to hold back his laughter. The left and right protectors hurriedly said, "The manor lord is benevolent and righteous. We will follow your orders." The normal swordsmen felt their blood boil. Who didn't want to become a peerless master? They raised their arms and shouted, everyone has a chance to learn and practice martial arts. The woman named Fei Hong was so touched that her eyes were brimming with tears. I will never forget Willem Master's great kindness. Pick up that sword, Li Qingshan said. Fei Hong hurriedly picked up the raging fire sword. From today on, this sword is yours. Learn the sword well, and I can see that you will definitely become a peerless master. Don't disappoint me. Yes, Manor Lord. Fei Hong choked with emotion. Li Qingshan finally couldn't help but laugh. I'll go back to rest. Everyone, practice the sword well. The banquet was extremely sumptuous. Li Qingshan once again drank to his heart's content. During this time, Yuan Feifei carefully came to ask if she wanted the kitchen to cook the raging fire sword marquis. Li Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and refused, allowing Yuan Feifei and everyone else in the manor to breathe a sigh of relief. Li Qingshan listened to Gu Yenying's summary of the human geography of this world and slapped his thigh. I know what book to write now. I thought you were going to rewrite the books you wrote in the 9 states. That's where you're an amateur. The readers are completely different. Li Qingshan said proudly. Then what are you going to write? Gu Yenying asked curiously. The biography of the White Ape King. Gu Yenying immediately understood. I see. What a great idea. When the time comes, I'm afraid that everyone in the world will want to buy a copy. They knew next to nothing about the life of the White Ape King, but that did not matter at all. What really mattered was the White Ape sword technique. As long as the sword techniques were included in the book, would there be a need to worry that no one would buy them? Chapter 1177. Li Qingshan immediately ordered someone to bring a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He pushed away the wine and dishes in front of him and spread them on the table. He raised his head and drank a big gulp of wine. Just when Gu Yenying thought that he was going to take advantage of the wine and write a lot of words, Li Qingshan began to eat. Li Qingshan began to bite the pen. Sometimes he frowned and thought, sometimes he looked up to the sky and sighed. After a while, he actually drank wine and ate meat. Right. Gu Yenying couldn't help but urge. Can't you see that I'm thinking? Li Qingshan chewed the tough ape meat and said impatiently. But you're clearly eating. What would a woman like you know about the matters of the school of novels? Li Qingshan glared at her. Well, I don't understand. Uncle Li, please continue. Gu Yenying said helplessly. She felt that he was not always reliable. However, she saw Li Qingshan wandering around the warm room with a pen in his mouth. He admired the snow outside the window and looked at the famous paintings on the wall. He almost fiddled with everything in the room before he sat down at the table again. He grabbed the pen awkwardly and suddenly said to Gu Yenying, "What do you think those guys outside look like when they practice swordsmanship?" "I don't know." Gu Yenying lay on the bed, holding a book called The Secret History of Wulin in her hand. She didn't even look at him. "Why don't we?" "I won't go. I didn't say I wanted to read it." "Write quickly. Is this my novel or your novel?" Li Qingshan was angry. "Forget it. You can't write it anyway. Let's go out for a walk." Gu Yenying put down the book and smiled. "Who said I can't write it? I've almost finished the idea. I'll write it for you now." As a novelist, how could Li Qingshan endure such humiliation? He immediately began writing at a tremendous speed. His scrawling handwriting made Gu Yenying feel like laughing, but seeing his serious expression, she did not say anything. In any case, she would just help him rewrite it later. The howling of the wind and snow could be faintly heard through the window, which only served to accentuate the quietness of the pavilion. Occasionally, the fire in the stove would crackle. She propped her head up with one hand and thought about how many years it had been since she had been so free. Perhaps it had never happened since the day he was born. Regardless of the passage of time, he was not in a hurry to do anything. There was nothing to do anyway. Perhaps it was a very common feeling for mortals, but it was extremely precious to her. Those who were gazing into the distance naturally had no time to appreciate the scenery along the way. He did not know how long he had been daydreaming. The sound of Li Qingshan putting down his brush brought her back to reality. He smiled and asked, "Are you done?" "Of course." Li Qingshan proudly picked up a piece of paper. He handed it to Gu Yenying. So little. Gu Yenying was slightly surprised. She felt that she had been daydreaming for at least 2 hours. What did you think I was doing? Do you know what writing a novel is? Li Qingshan roared as he slammed the table. I was wrong. Gu Yenying felt her ears vibrate. Even though she was in the void, he was not so irritable. Perhaps he was really diligent in writing. She had no choice but to admit her mistake and lowered her head to read. Although the handwriting was difficult to decipher, she could still guess what it was. Her expression gradually became a little strange. In a short time after reading a page, she changed from frowning to finding it funny and then to sneering. Then, she crumpled the novel in her hand into a ball and threw it on the ground. She smiled and said, I was wrong. Gu Yenying, what do you want to do? Li Qingshan's angry roar could almost be heard even in the outer courtyard. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. When he killed Ho Hongtao with a single move, he was still calm. No one knew who could make him so angry and what the consequences would be. Just thinking about it made them feel terrified. Li Qingshan knelt on the ground and held the ball of blood that had been ravaged into a ball with both hands. He was extremely angry. Gu Yenying shook her head and said seriously, Qingshan, no one will read this kind of thing. Even if it's mixed with martial arts secret manuals, people will only read the secret manuals. Li Qingshan's expression changed. He suddenly shrugged and said, Fine, I give up. Returning to the opposite bed, he lay flat on his back and continued to drink. Gu Yenying was stunned and then smiled bitterly. Was this still the indomitable Li Qingshan she knew? Little and is still the best. Little and, where are you? I can't live without you. Li Qingshan thought back to the good times he and Little and had spent together on Cloud Wisp Island. Back then, he had written books and she had written them. How harmonious they had been. Gu Yenying could not sit still any longer. She got up and apologized. Uncle Li, don't be like this. I was wrong, okay? Why don't we think of something else? You're wrong. Think about it. Fine, I think. Gu Yenying paced back and forth for a few steps and said, since it's a biography of the White Ape King, as long as we understand more about his life experiences and connect the stories together, wouldn't we be able to write a book? I'm tired. You go find out. Li Qingshan turned around and turned his back to Gu Yenying. Gu Yenying rolled her eyes and called Yuan Feifei in. Chief Yuan, I heard that you've been following the White Ape King for many years. Just call me Feifei, Heights Lord. Calling me Chief is too much. Yuan Feifei glanced nervously at Li Qingshan's back. Just now, that angry roar had almost scared her to the point of wetting her pants. All right, Feifei, tell me about it. The more detailed, the better. Gu Yenying nodded slightly. In terms of age, calling her Feifei was really not a big deal. Yuan Feifei began to tell her story, from stuttering to eloquent. She had always been an eloquent person, and the White Ape King loved to brag about its various experiences when it was drunk, so she could tell as many stories as she wanted. Gu Yenying listened quietly. Seeing that Li Qingshan was also quietly pricking up his ears, she could not help but laugh. After listening for a while, Li Qingshan suddenly sat up and turned around, his face serious. Yuan Feifei turned pale with fright and fell to her knees, crying, Spare me, Heights Lord. Go on, who wants your life? Yes. She talked until the middle of the night, not daring to stop even when her mouth was dry. Gu Yenying waved her hand. All right, you can go now. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Seeing Gu Yenying's tired face, he waved his hand to extinguish the light. It's getting late, you should rest too. Gu Yenying lay down, closed her eyes, and held the rock feather in her palm, looking forward to the dream. Come and help me with my pen tomorrow. Li Qingshan suddenly said. This was Little N's job back then. Gu Yenying opened her eyes and smiled. Sure, I'm a little flattered. After a moment of silence, she could not help but ask, is it okay without Little N? Of course not. Poor Little N, she must be very envious of me. Gu Yenying closed her eyes again and changed to a more comfortable position. Those who are trapped here are the ones who are pitiful. Yeah, poor Gu Yenying. In any case, Li Qingshan's writing plan was finally restarted. To be continued. Chapter 1178. However, Gu Yenying's food plan had failed. Although the ape meat was full of spirituality and had been meticulously cooked, the effect was only enough to make her teeth ache for a few days. As a result, most of it became Li Qingshan's side dishes, and his only comment was that it was very chewy. All the spirit energy in this world rejected them, refusing to be absorbed and dissolved. Thus, the power that had been exhausted in the endless void could not be recovered in the slightest. Only Li Qingshan could draw a little bit of power from the earth under his feet, but he could only recover pure power, and it was as difficult as fetching water from the desert. Fortunately, the writing plan went extremely smoothly. In terms of this world, the White Ape King's life could truly be described as grand and spectacular, and the caretaker of the rear courtyard, Yuan Feifei, was a very good storyteller. Most of the time, all Li Qingshan needed to do was write down what she said, and then Gu Yenying would polish it a little. In simpler terms, this novel actually had nothing to do with him. The part where he was truly useful was in terms of technique. The Great White Ape King's biography did not attract readers because of the exciting story or the real characters, but because of the White Ape sword technique, which he was well versed in. In the book, the White Ape King would often have an epiphany, giving a long soliloquy and finally saying, "This is the higher realm of swordsmanship." No matter how much the White Ape King drank, it would not reveal the mysteries of swordsmanship. Of course, this was all made up by Li Qingshan, but it was definitely clearer and more profound than the White Ape King himself, and this was after taking into account the acceptance of this world and deliberately taking care of this group of noobs. It was equivalent to a detailed educational version of the White Ape sword technique, except for the words essential for swordsmanship. As for the effect, it had been tested on Yuan Feifei. In fact, she did not have much talent for martial arts. In fact, she even lacked interest in martial arts. She had almost relied on the resources of the ape deity Mountain Villa to reach the Xian realm. The Book of White Ape Swordplay was too abstruse and mysterious for her. She did not have the patience to finish reading every page of the Book of Swordplay that Gu Yenying published every day. It was not until she read Li Qingshan's novel that she suddenly felt enlightened. If the secret manual said that it was a shortcut to climbing the mountain, whether one could reach the top or not depended on whether the climber had the comprehension and perseverance to climb over the rocks and cut through the thorns. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, wrote down every rock and thorn that could possibly exist. He did not explain how to solve it. No one in the world had ever written a secret manual like this. Even when he was teaching his disciples, he would not be able to explain it in such detail. It was not that he was intentionally hiding it, or that the principles behind it were truly profound. It was because he didn't have the ability to do so. But in this way, this book was destined to be extremely long. Gu Yenying had also expressed her worry, but Li Qingshan said, "I purposefully made it so long so that I could gather 100 pages. When we have 100 pages, we will first publish the first book, then the second and third, turning this into a series of books. I think it would not be a problem to write dozens of books." Gu Yenying could not help but give him a thumbs up. When Li Qingshan wrote about swordsmanship, although it was extremely trivial, it was well organized and logical. It was far better than the stories he made up. The White Ape King thought that the White Ape sword technique was a vast ocean. "I think yours is the vast ocean." "Haha, you flatter me. Watch as I drown this land with this ocean." At the same time, the villa was plunged into an unprecedented tension. Everyone had a sword in their hands and a few pages of sword manuals. Even the cook and the old maid were no exception, let alone the swordsman from the outer yard. They tried their best to reduce their sleep time, studying the sword manuals even when they were eating or going to the toilet. They did not even have time to practice. The speed of publishing one page a day was simply too fast. Except for a few innate masters, the others simply could not keep up with the speed. They could only study with all their might without sleep and rest. By the time they had published more than 10 pages, even the left and right protectors were overwhelmed. By the time there were 20 pages, 2 swordsmen had died from overwork, one had gone berserk while practicing, and another had jumped off a cliff in a frenzy. It was said that he was still shouting in midair, "It's fake, it's all fake." The other swordsmen at most found the time to say disdainfully, "Of course these idiots could not understand such a profound sword manual." Most of the swordsmen did not even notice what was happening outside. Walking in the villa, they often met swordsmen who had their hands on the hilt of their swords with a ferocious expression and were mumbling something. You thought they were coming to kill you, but in fact, if you bumped into them, they might not even be able to dodge. After a month, the swordsmen gathered in the main hall again, waiting for the 32nd page of the sword manual. They all had dull eyes and stretched their necks like a flock of ducks waiting to be fed. Although they were so full that their stomachs were about to explode, no one could resist eating. Some people suspected that this was a plot by the two villa masters to torture everyone to death. Every day, they swore that they would never look at the sword manual again. The time they swore was usually after they finished reading the latest page of the sword manual. "Welcome, Villa Master." In the midst of the weak voices, Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying arrived as scheduled. Compared to the dispirited swordsmen below, they looked very spirited. They looked at each other and smiled. Gu Yenying said, "During this period of time, everyone has worked hard. Seeing this makes our hearts ache. Therefore, for the sake of everyone's health, we have made a decision. Today's sword manual is gone." Everyone stared blankly for a moment. It took them a great deal of effort to regain their composure. Sparks flashed in their eyes as they were instantly enraged. Gone? How could it be gone? What happened to the complete book? "Shut up!" Li Qingshan spat out these two words. Everyone was like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. The place where the fierce flame sword marquis had been slapped to death still had a clear handprint. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Steward Yuan, bring the box over and let everyone broaden their horizons." Yuan Feifei carried a large box to the center of the hall. She carefully placed it down and gently opened it, revealing a pile of books. "Don't fight, don't fight. One book for everyone. There's one for everyone," Li Qingshan said. The swordsmen's eyes lit up again, and they immediately crowded around. What they saw was the grand biography of the White Ape King and the extremely eye-catching, written by Li Qingshan. They all let out disappointed sighs. Holding back their disappointment, they took a closer look. There were also a few lines of introduction written on the cover. "This is the glorious life of a sword master. This is a long sigh after his sudden fall," the fierce flame sword marquis wholeheartedly recommended. "The thing I regret the most is not being able to live to see this book come out." At the end, there were 4 bright red words, "Must read when learning the sword." The swordsmen's faces twitched as they silently cursed. "Wasn't the White Ape King personally killed by you? When did the fierce flame sword marquis say something like that? Regret is regret for not being able to live." But considering their fates, they still patiently took a book each and began to flip through it. To be continued. Chapter 1179. Everyone in the villa knew of the White Ape King's glorious past, so it was impossible to arouse their interest. However, after reading a few pages, they gradually realized something and their eyes widened. "Could this be? I understand now," a young swordsman exclaimed. His strength was not yet at the innate stage, which was considered good for his age. However, both his experience and cultivation were insufficient to fully comprehend the White Ape swordplay. The more he read, the more confused he became, but he could not stop himself from reading. These days, he was on the verge of going berserk. As soon as he read the great biography of the White Ape King, he suddenly felt that all his doubts had been answered. The answer was so simple that it made him doubt whether it was true, but the calming of his inner force proved everything. "So that's how it is, that's how it is." All the swordsmen understood. The book in their hands was not about the White Ape King, but about the White Ape swordplay. No, this is definitely not just about the White Ape swordplay, but the ultimate way of the sword. The two protectors looked at each other, momentarily forgetting their competitive spirit, only incomparable amazement. Only they understood that this book was not just an annotation of the White Ape swordplay. Behind the complicated and jumbled details, there was another set of understanding of the way of the sword. If one were to extract it, it would be enough to write a sword manual that was many times simpler than the white ape swordplay, but also many times more brilliant. The highest level of the sword technique was far beyond the limits of this world. It was like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, difficult to reach. "How's the writing?" Li Qingshan asked. "Wonderful. It's like a long drought finally meeting rain. The villa master is wise." Sigh, if only my brother had read this book earlier. He would not have gone berserk. If he still can't understand this, then he must be blind or stupid. Everyone sighed with emotion, but they were also indescribably pleasantly surprised. If the experience of the past month was like a pie falling from the sky, then the current situation was like another invisible hand had broken this pie into pieces and fed it to them. The villa master's way of the sword is truly unfathomable. The right protector said sincerely. "Yes, compared to you, the white ape king is like a clown." The left protector did not fall behind. The title of Lord was originally given to the white ape king. Now it was given to Li Qingshan without hesitation. The two's eyes met. Neither side gave way. "I stopped cultivating the sword Dao a long time ago. I'm just fooling kids," Li Qingshan said frankly. The left and right protectors were unwilling to believe it, but they had no choice but to believe it. If such a sword Dao could only fool children, then what was their sword Dao? A fight between cats and dogs. Look at you two staring at each other. Weren't they just like children? The world was so vast. Yet, your vision is so narrow. Li Qingshan reprimanded in an imposing manner. Gu Yenying unfolded her iron fan and covered her mouth to snicker. This guy is so excited to scold a child. But he didn't seem like an adult either. "We will definitely forget our past enmity in the future and wholeheartedly serve the ape deity manner." The left and right protectors had sincere expressions on their faces. At this moment, they not only put aside their disputes, but also the sex they came from and all sorts of entanglements. Since they had seen such a sword Dao, what was there to fuss about in the mundane world? Those who practiced the sword Dao never lacked a lonely heart. It's no longer appropriate to call this place the ape deity manor. "Your Highness, please give us a new name." Li Qingshan was a little moved, but he hesitated for a moment. A figure flashed in his mind. He waved his hand and said, "Didn't I want to broaden your horizons? It's just a plaque. What's the point of changing it?" "Yes, Your Highness." Li Qingshan stood up and raised his hands. "Very good. Everyone answer me together. What's our slogan? Everyone has something to learn. Everyone has something to practice. Isn't this a good book?" "Yes." "Very good. Since it's a good book, you have to memorize it word for word. In the future, I will test you. If you can't memorize it, you won't be able to see the new sword manual." Li Qingshan's eyes shone brightly as if he was looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In the future, when this book spread around the world, he definitely wouldn't be able to ask everyone to memorize it. But who asked these guys to be in his territory? "Your Highness, we will definitely follow your orders." Everyone was overjoyed. They hadn't expected that they would be able to read a sword manual and that there would be a peerless master helping to annotate it. As for memorizing the book, no one thought it was a big deal. Although this book was called a biography, it was only 100 pages long. At most, it was only a few tens of thousands of words. To be able to learn swordsmanship in the ape deity manner, which of them didn't have sharp ears and eyes? Moreover, besides the glorious history of the White Ape King, the book was full of exquisite martial arts theories. Even if no one asked them to memorize it, they would still have to memorize it. Only a few people noticed the last sentence of the book. To be continued. Even if they did notice it, they were filled with anticipation. They couldn't imagine what it meant. A trace of pity rose in Gu Yenying's heart. That was dozens of books. No, this was only a conservative estimate. By the time the book was finished, there would probably be millions or even tens of millions of words. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh. The hall fell silent, stunned by this moment of beauty. Gu Yenying immediately stopped smiling. As the saying went, femme fatale, she hoped that the heavens wouldn't find another source of trouble. Even if it couldn't do anything to them, it would still be troublesome. The two of them walked out of the hall. The snowstorm that had been falling for many days had finally stopped. In the ink-blue sky, a crescent moon surrounded by a sky full of stars. The moonlight gilded the endless world of ice and snow with a layer of dazzling silver brilliance. The laws of the heavens were constant and moved according to the time. Even the will of the heavens could not create an endless snowstorm. Li Qingshan felt that the power of will in the divine talisman of great creation had begun to grow slightly. At this moment, he finally had a foothold in this world. He had survived the most difficult stage, and his mind was broadened. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. His loud laughter shook the eaves of the roof. One by one, the icicles fell down, each as sharp as a sword. Because of the momentum, they sped up and were strong enough to pierce through the skull. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and all the icicles shattered into dust. They flickered like silver dust and drifted away with the wind. From now on, even if the mysterious will of the heavens created an endless fire disaster, it wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The laughter gradually subsided, and Gu Yenying saw Li Qingshan standing motionlessly in the same place, frowning as if thinking about something. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Now that we have a basic guarantee, we need to work harder." Li Qingshan looked up at the sky, full of fighting spirit. "Of course. Let's go back to the tower. I need to go into seclusion for a while and try to refine these Yao cores." Li Qingshan opened his palm, and the White Ape King's Yao core shone brightly, glowing with a metallic luster. Will it work? Gu Yenying had tried all kinds of elixirs and food during this time, but they all ended in failure. This was part of the imprisonment, otherwise this invisible shackle would be too easy to break. Perhaps the important thing isn't them. Chapter 1180. Under the towering tower, in the deep secret room, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged, put the smallest monster Dan into his mouth, and swallowed it. This thing would not melt like the elixir, and it required a lot of effort to refine, which was why he had delayed it until now. Now that the divine talisman of great creation had finally turned losses into profits, he was not afraid of consuming the power of vow, so he could give it a try. He secretly activated the divine talisman of great creation, and the power of vow turned into spiritual power that wrapped around the golden Dan, forming a dense ball of light that swelled in his stomach. Although he could not look inside, Li Qingshan was already very familiar with the refining process. He calmed his mind and used the power of vow to the extreme, stimulating the power of vow. If the picture was magnified 100 times, thousands of silver lines could be seen rising from the monster Dan, and each line was thinner than a strand of hair. This should have been easy to absorb and melt, but this world did not allow him to do so. As soon as the power left the monster Dan, it immediately escaped and blended into the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, forming an extremely strong shackle. It seemed to be telling him that all attempts to restore his power were futile. Li Qingshan had already expected this, so he was not surprised. He continued to stimulate the power of the monster Dan. His goal was not to restore his power with these monster dawn, but to truly create a brand new power that belonged to himself, a power that was difficult to cultivate in the 9 regions, a chance that he had overlooked. Gu Yenying climbed up to the platform of the tower. The mountain wind was cold and piercing through her ears. This was her favorite sound, but now she had to wrap her cloak tightly around herself and hold the feather of the rock in her hand. Her cheeks that were red from the cold showed a smile again, and she imagined that one day she would become the rock and reach the other side of the stars. This was her cultivation. Following Li Qingshan's advice, she would let her will be recognized by the feather of the rock, and finally reach the agreement, receive the inheritance, turn the eagle into the rock, and go straight to the 9 heavens. Maybe one day, I can fly higher than the guy in the cellar. After an unknown amount of time, Li Qingshan finally completely refined the first monster Dan, but not only did he not gain any power, but he also consumed a lot of power of vow. He was not discouraged. He picked up the second monster Dan. Swallow it. Time ticked by, and Li Qingshan only had 1 Yao core left in his hands, which was the one from the White Ape King. But all his previous efforts would be wasted. There was also a hint of solemnity on his face. However, his heart was filled with expectation. He could clearly feel that his goal was close at hand. Sword light flashed in the courtyard. A group of beautiful women dressed to the nines were practicing their swords. The one in the lead was the red-clothed woman who had been bestowed the Raging Flame sword by Li Qingshan. She was dressed in a fiery red outfit and stood with a sword in her hand, acting as an instructor. Her original name was Yuan Feihong, but after the White Ape King died, she unceremoniously dropped the Yuan, leaving only Feihong. Originally, she could have changed her name to Li Feihong or Gu Feihong. Although she was indebted to these two manor lords, she was not very willing to do so. However, she heard that the old witch had shamelessly wanted to change her surname but was rejected by the manor lords. Imagining her expression at that time, she found it funny. Sister Fei Hong, do you think I practiced this move correctly? Idiot, you've copied that book several times. How can you not even understand such a simple move? I was so dizzy from copying that book that I felt nauseous and dizzy. How could I care what was written in it? All right, I'll show you guys one more time. Watch carefully. Fei Hong could not help but recall a few days ago when the manor lord had suddenly summoned everyone. She had thought it was for a banquet and fun, but in the end, he had asked them to copy books. In order to repay his kindness, she had copied very seriously, except for the White Ape King's glorious deeds, but she had mastered the 30 pages of the sword manual. The others did not have the patience. Sigh, I'd rather serve the manor lord than copy books. I'm still a little jealous. Hehe, what a little hussy. I think you can't wait for it. I can't wait for it. The manor lord is so powerful and treats people so well. He's much better than that hairy old monkey. The manor lord has a deputy. He doesn't care about us. Yeah, I can't even think of a beauty like that. I don't even have the strength to be jealous. But I heard that the manor lord and deputy sleep in separate beds. What do you think their relationship is? I guess it's, shut up. Fei Hong shouted angrily. She swung the blazing sword and cut a large blue stone in the courtyard. A bunch of stupid women. Do you remember what Ho Hongtou said? If others don't treat you as humans, then you don't treat yourselves as humans either. Practice your swordsmanship well. Whoever doesn't do well, I'll kick her off the mountain. Yuan Feihong, what's so great about you? You're not the chief, so what right do you have to tell us what to do? Do you think you can strut around just because the manor lord gave you a sword? That's right. With our looks, we can live comfortably wherever we go. Don't tell me that we really have to fight and kill like those stinky men. The White Ape King and Ho Hongtou were so powerful, but they were still killed. Yeah, the wind and the sun hurt our skin too much. This is our good fortune, but some people don't know how to appreciate it. Let's go. We're not practicing anymore. The swords fell to the ground, sparks flying and clanging. You fools. Fei Hong gritted her teeth. Who's a fool if you spend so much effort practicing your swordsmanship and then get killed? You guys are leaving too. Sister Fei Hong, don't force us. We're really not made for this. I hope you become a peerless master soon. In the blink of an eye, she was the only one left in the courtyard. She was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She looked at the tower and gradually calmed down. She wondered how the two manor lords were doing in seclusion. She still remembered that angry roar. If she's not a human, then what are you? She still longed for that graceful and independent figure. But thinking about what those stupid women said, it wasn't completely unreasonable. No one liked to kill or be killed, and she was no exception. She touched her face. It seemed to have become rougher. Am I really a fool? In the deep secret room, Li Qingshan let out a long sigh and slowly stood up. His heart was a little heavy. At the last moment, he had used up his Yaocore. In the end, he had still failed. He had wasted a lot of power of will in vain, but the result was nothing. The goal that he had thought was close at hand suddenly seemed far away, unreachable. It wasn't that he couldn't accept failure, but his heart couldn't help but feel a little heavy. He walked out of the tower alone. The bright moon in the sky had made up for its shortcomings and turned into a full moon. Gu Yenying stood at the top of the tower, wanting to say something but hesitating. At this moment, what she needed was not comfort. Chapter 1181. The night was as cold as water, and the moon was as cold as frost. Li Qingshan walked through the shadows of the trees. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a sword piercing through the air. A red light flashed in the courtyard in front of him. He walked over and saw a woman practicing swordsmanship. He looked at her for a while and shook his head. Something's wrong. Fei Hong turned around in surprise. Villa Master, you're out. Yes, you're Fei Hong, right? Li Qingshan was a little distracted. If it wasn't for the fiery sword, he would not have recognized her. Villa Master still remembers me. Fei Hong was pleasantly surprised. Villa Master, what's wrong? Your swordsmanship is wrong. But I practice according to the swordsmanship manual. What you practice is different. Besides, the swordsmanship manual is wrong. Villa Master, please enlighten me. Fei Hong immediately offered the fiery sword with both hands. Li Qingshan glanced at her and casually accepted the scorching sword of fire, swinging it around slowly. His movements were sluggish, not because he wanted to demonstrate the path of the sword to her, but because even though he had recovered quite a lot of his strength, he was still weaker than her. In her eyes, it felt as if he was with heaven and earth. The hidden sword of heaven and earth was the most brilliant swordsmanship that Li Qingshan had come across. When cultivated to the highest level, everything in the world was under his control. He could be extremely soft and gentle, or extremely strong. However, the ironic thing was that when he landed in this small world, everything in the world was useless to him. His emotions fluctuated, and his sword momentum also paused. He suddenly turned around. Do you have a saber? There seemed to be a flash of lightning. Fei Hong was startled. Only then did she realize that it was his gaze. In the darkness, there was a charcoal-like glow. Villa Master, this is the ape deity Villa. How can there be a knife? The light dimmed again. Li Qingshan returned the fiery sword to her. Forget it. Continue practicing. He turned around and continued walking. Villa Master, I have one more thing to ask you. What is it? Li Qingshan turned around. Fei Hong told him what happened during the day. She hesitated. Do you think I should practice swordsmanship? How would I know? Li Qingshan spread his hands. Huh? In Fei Hong's eyes, he was filled with mystery. He was practically omnipotent. Your swordsmanship isn't right. I can teach you. You have to choose your own path. But how should I choose? Those who wield the sword die by the sword. All of them were right. Practicing swordsmanship meant that one would be stained with blood and might even die on the streets. It was indeed better to be a canary. Moreover, it was more relaxing and comfortable. But I don't think you can walk this path. Why? Because you're not an idiot. I'm not stupid. Fei Hong was stunned. That's why you don't practice the sword. You will regret it for the rest of your life. You don't even have what they have. I understand. I'm not an idiot. Fei Hong smiled. Wolves eat meat and dogs eat shit. Everyone has their own way of living. If you practice swordsmanship well, even if you get married in the future, your husband's family will have to be polite to you. With such a heaven-sent opportunity, you actually don't know how to grasp it. It's just that you can't bear the hardships, yet you still say that peace is a blessing. You deserve to eat shit for the rest of your life. Fei Hong listened to him talk about forks and shit. It was really dirty, but she suddenly felt enlightened. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Villa Master, you're too interesting. But I won't marry. I want to master the peerless swordsmanship and break the void. This was something that even a master like Ho Hongtao wouldn't dare to talk about. But coming from the mouth of a girl who had almost nothing, it was a dream. What happens after you break the void? This. Fei Hong was speechless. Her blood was originally boiling, but at this moment, there was a trace of coldness in the night breeze. The difficulty of a dream was not only because of the twists and turns of the road, but also because no one could predict what would happen after it was realized. What if after breaking the void, she was exiled in the void forever? What if she was swallowed by a powerful demon the moment she arrived in another world? In this aspect, his above the ninth heaven was not much better than her breaking the void. You can slowly figure it out yourself. Li Qingshan walked away with his hands behind his back. Fei Hong looked at his back and felt a wave of distress. He had finally solved a problem, but then he threw her an even bigger problem. She couldn't understand after thinking for a while. Forget it, I'll think about it when the time comes. Watch me master a peerless swordsmanship and make those stupid women regret it. Other people could choose not to think about some problems, but Li Qingshan had to think about it. This small failure was not a blow at all compared to the trials of life and death he had experienced, but it just so happened to arouse the deepest doubts in his heart in this situation. What was waiting for him above the ninth heaven? Even if he had the bull demon's persistence, the tiger demon's bravery, and thousands of years of hard work, it would all be an illusion in the end. Or, as the Clam King of Mirage Sea had said, the world was an illusion in the first place. Everything was just the ravings of others in their dreams. Li Qingshan walked to the side of a pond. A full moon was reflected in the pond, as if he wanted to get close to someone. Suddenly, his heart moved. He could not help but bend down and pick up that full moon. However, the water rippled and gently wrapped around his fingertips. The moonlight moved with it. The moon in the mirror was naturally out of reach. His mind was completely attracted by the rippling moon. He reached out again, but he missed again. Only water flowed through the gaps between his fingers. As the water calmed down, the full moon condensed on the surface of the water again. His disappointment immediately turned into hope. He was so serious with every attempt that he forgot everything around him, including all the failures just now had. He did stupid things that even a child would not do. After countless attempts, he suddenly realized, wait, that's not right. It's winter now. Why isn't the pond frozen? In the blink of an eye, the pond was sealed by ice. Even the bright moon was covered by dark clouds. His surroundings were dark and silent. Li Qingshan was dumbfounded. He smiled bitterly. Have I gone mad? Even now, he still missed the moon in the water. With the sincerity of a newborn, it was so gentle and close that he wanted to hold it in his arms. Like a bolt of lightning cutting through the night sky, a shadow suddenly lit up in the deep sea of consciousness. A black ape was hanging upside down. It stretched out its long arms as if it was fishing for something. A chant came out of it. Ape demon fishing for the moon becomes empty. A huge amount of information gushed out from the sea of consciousness and turned into the art of ape demon fishing for the moon. That's right, this was the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of demons and gods, ape demon transformation. However, Li Qingshan could not laugh. He mumbled, ape demon fishing for the moon becomes empty, empty. Different from the ox demon transformation and the tiger demon transformation, the ape demon did not have the perseverance of the ox demon, nor did it have the ambition of the tiger demon to fight against the heavens and earth. It did not have the slightest bit of tragic aura. The scene even had a lot of innocence. The ape only wanted to fish up the moon in the water. This was destined to be an illusion. However, it was completely unaware of this. It tried endlessly until the end of time. Wasn't this a great sorrow? Chapter 1182. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, and fine snow drifted down. Li Qingshan shook his head. There was really nothing good to say about these devil transformations. The stubbornness of the ox demon, the frenzy of the tiger demon, and now the stupidity of the ape demon. Brother Nyo, oh brother Nyo, what are you trying to tell me? With his previous cultivation experience, he knew that the spirit contained in a new kind of change was not something that could be comprehended overnight, so he stopped thinking hard. The road was under his feet, and he kept moving forward. He believed that one day he would understand what the moon in the water meant. Li Qingshan let out a long howl. The howl went on, stirring up the falling snow in the sky, but it was different from the overbearing ferocity of the tiger's howl. Ape howl. Everyone inside and outside the villa was shocked. They suddenly realized that they hadn't heard this ape howl for a long time. In the past, the white ape king liked to howl. If it weren't for the fact that the meaning of the howl was completely different, people would almost think that the white ape king's soul had been resurrected and was wandering around the villa. The white ape king's howl was always sharp and resounding, with a lonely arrogance that looked down on the world. This howl, on the other hand, was vast and distant, full of changes, full of wonder, but after listening for a long time, one couldn't help but feel sad. On top of the tower, Gu Yenying slammed her hand on the stone railing and looked in the direction of the howl. However, dark clouds covered the moon and it was dark. Has this kid comprehended something again? Villa Lord? Fei Hong put down the fiery sword and listened attentively for a while. Could such a person also feel sad? The howl dissipated in the wind and snow. Li Qingshan's figure moved forward, waving his arms. His eyes were full of spirit and quickness, as if he had become a big ape, and he officially began to cultivate the ape demon moon-reaching art. Galloping and leaping. There was no ferocious attack, and it was more like monkeys playing in the forest. Li Qingshan's heart was also full of joy, as if he had returned to his childhood. Even when he was alone, he didn't feel bored, and the world was full of life and strange things that never made him frown. This was the first time he had cultivated a method so happily, and the disappointment of reaching for the moon had long been thrown beyond the highest heavens. Of course, cultivating any method required the support of resources, and this world was definitely not willing to give him a single shred of spirit chi. However, he didn't need charity from anyone. He activated the divine talisman of great creation with all his might. It gave birth to extremely pure spiritual energy. As it circulated and melted in his body, his movements became more agile, and the sound of wind whistled through the air. At this moment, the benefits of this world were revealed. The invisible shackles had eliminated all interference. There was no need to consider the balance between gods and demons. Just dance to your heart's content. Whether it was the ox demon, the tiger demon, the phoenix demon, or the spirit turtle, they could only watch helplessly as the little monkey jumped around, unable to affect it in the slightest. When the sky brightened, Li Qingshan stopped just now. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and his face was filled with excitement and joy. This demonic ape transformation was really fun. There was actually such a joyful cultivation technique in this world. However, almost half of the energy within the divine talisman of great creation had been consumed without him realizing it. This amount of power was enough for him to slay the White Ape King 200 times over, and he had only just begun cultivating the ape demon transformation. It was like using a knife to kill someone. All it took was a gentle stroke of the blade, but to forge a treasured knife that had been tempered 100 times, it had to be tempered 100 times. Thinking back to when he was in Jojo, drinking wine and eating meat were also considered cultivation, and he had consumed countless spirit ginseng and medicinal pills. It was as if he had an entire world supporting him. Now that he had left Jojo, he could only rely on himself. As the saying went, in this world, only one's mother is good. A child without a mother is like a blade of grass. However, at least he had found a path. As long as he could sell the legend of the White Ape King to the world, would he have to worry about not having enough power of will? Before leaving this world, he had to at least master the first tier of the ape demon transformation and master an innate magical ability. He suddenly felt that his body was a little strange. When he raised his arms, he realized that his arms had become much longer. His palms had also become longer, and a layer of fine hair had grown on them. He quickly touched his face, and his mouth seemed to be protruding a little. If this goes on, I'll really become a monkey. But at least I still look a little human. Li Qingshan's eyes swept across and saw the frozen pond. He leaped up, stretched out his long arms, and tore through the air with his fingers. With a clang, a piece of the iron-hard ice was torn off and crushed into powder. He raised his arm lightly again, and the scattered snow seemed to be sucked into his hand. He clenched it into a snowball, and with a forceful toss, it disappeared into the night sky. Gu Yenying was staring into the deep darkness when a white suddenly appeared in her field of vision. It quickly grew bigger, and before she could react, she was hit in the head by a ball of cold air. Snowflakes flew everywhere, and she was thrown off her feet. This bastard! Li Qingshan put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. From this day onwards, there were some discussions in the villa. The villa master seemed to have gone mad. First, he changed the Ape Deity Villa's signboard to Ape Demon Villa. He even changed it himself. He wrote two extremely ugly words on a piece of white paper and stuck them on the signboard with his saliva. Yes, with his saliva. Fortunately, it was winter, so it quickly froze. Otherwise, it would have been blown away by the mountain wind. Those who saw the new signboard for the first time were dumbfounded, not knowing what expression to make. No one could understand why he changed the ape deity villa to ape demon. Was he deliberately doing it the other way around? He also liked to climb and jump on the steep, cold rock walls, accompanied by strange ape howls and strange laughter. Sometimes he would suddenly jump from the edge of the cliff, giving people a fright. Some people said that it was because he had eaten the white ape king's yaocore that he had become more and more like a monkey, but people would immediately refute that even the white ape king did not look like a monkey. Moreover, his personality was becoming more and more temperamental. A few days ago, he suddenly gathered everyone for a banquet, but in the end, there were only fruits on everyone's table. Although fruits were very precious at this time of year, his table was filled with wine and meat. He ate and drank to his heart's content, as if to retaliate against everyone who said he looked like a monkey. At the banquet, a young swordsman grumbled in dissatisfaction. He immediately threw the wine cup made from the white ape king's skull at the young man, smashing his head until it bled. Just when everyone thought he was going to fly into a rage and start a massacre, he laughed and gave the wine cup to the young man, saying that he had already bound it with blood. Everyone could still remember the expression on the young man's face at that time, but they could not describe it. They could not even imagine that a face could express fear, shame, surprise, and surprise at the same time. The young man was considering whether to beg for mercy, but suddenly felt grateful. In the end, he just stood there in a daze. Later, everyone became a little envious of him. He could get the white ape king's skull just by smashing his head. A few swordsmen from rich and powerful families offered him a sky-high price, but he refused to sell it because he was also from a rich and powerful family. Gu Yenying also suffered greatly. When Li Qingshan mysteriously said that he wanted to show her something, then brought her under a wall. Through a small hole in the wall, she saw a picture of a group of women bathing. She wanted to strangle him. Kid, I know you want to experience the nature of an ape, but you don't have to be so engrossed in training. Chapter 1183. Li Qingshan's eyes glowed. There were tens of thousands of small holes on the steep peak under his feet. They were all scratches left by his hands. He had been fooled by the will of heaven many times. Rocks collapsed in his hands, wind and snow attacked him from behind. He had to adapt to the situation. If he made a mistake, he would be smashed to pieces. However, he had never used the divine talisman of great creation or lost the smile on his face. He was very happy. It was not because of the demonic nature of the ape demon. It was because he was hysterically doing whatever he wanted. It reminded him of his original feelings. He remembered how unwilling he was when death came. He spent his short life in mediocrity. He remembered how happy he was when he was reborn. He swore that he would not let this life down. At that time, all he thought about was nothing more than living to his heart's content in 100 years of life. Unknowingly, what he possessed had already far exceeded what he had desired in the beginning. He had unimaginably great power and a long lifespan, so why was he afraid now? Success, failure, and emptiness were inevitable in the world. Were the gods and Buddhas really immortal? Who or what was not an illusion in the end? What harm was there in fishing for the moon? The will of heaven played tricks on people. Why care about the result? If the moon in the water was so moving, then try your best to fish for it. Gu Yenying seemed to understand. She was speechless for a moment. She patted his shoulder and said, "Thank you." Listening to the sound of water coming from next door, she suddenly laughed. "If you don't think so much, it's really interesting." But she took out the rock feather and waved it gently. Crack! The stone wall moved up and down and collapsed. The water rippled violently, and the white bodies froze in the midst of the rising mist. Only this way can I see clearly. Within a series of screams, Gu Yenying waved her fan and left. She slipped and suddenly fell backwards. Li Qingshan extended his arm and caught her by the waist. This evil heaven is 100 times more stubborn than you. Gu Yannian gritted her teeth. During the time she spent in the tower, she had to be careful everywhere, almost forgetting about her bad luck. Haha. I just happened to want to compete with it. Li Qingshan smiled. All right. You've been wild for a while. Come back with me to write a novel. Don't we already have one? I'll go take a walk in the front yard. Li Qingshan got a headache at the thought of sitting there and writing with a pen. It was more interesting to climb the steep cliff. I don't care about your training, but you're so bored today that you brought me here to see this. It was obvious that he had reached a bottleneck. The power of wish in the divine talisman of great creation isn't enough. Gu Yannian grabbed his long arm. Her sharp eyes stared at him. I really can't hide anything from you. Li Qingshan smiled. He had been climbing the cliffs for the past few days and had pushed the ape demon's strength to its limit. That's good. Don't forget, you're a novelist. I won't forget. Before next spring, we must make sufficient preparations. Yes, definitely. Can you help me up now? Gu Yannian lay in the crook of Li Qingshan's arm and engaged in this serious conversation. The background behind her was a mess of a bathtub. It was a very strange scene. The wind and clouds in the sky changed. Snowflakes fell and stopped, and the mountain wind howled endlessly. The winter in the north was especially long, but unknowingly, the icicles began to melt quietly, and crystal-clear water droplets fell. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the entire villa shook. Everyone in the villa felt as if the thunder had exploded in their ears. When they recovered from the shock, there were cries of surprise in the villa. Oh no! The tower was struck by lightning. The array was broken. The eye of the array must have been hit. How could it be so coincidental? Where are the two villa lords? They're still in the tower. Dark clouds hung low in the sky. After the spring thunder, more lightning was brewing in the clouds, and all of them poured down on the high tower. The lightning twisted and spread on the stone walls. Could this be the Ascension Heavenly Tribulation? In the secret underground room of the high tower, Li Qingshan and Gu Yannian knew very well that this was not a heavenly tribulation, but just an ordinary thunderstorm. It just happened to happen in the sky above the villa, and they happened to be coming for them. The deafening roar echoed in the secret room. You're lucky. Otherwise, if you were struck, no one could save you. Li Qingshan shouted at the top of his voice. Gu Yannian practiced on the rooftop almost every day, without shelter from the wind and snow. Today, she didn't go up there. She took him to check the treasures in the secret room, so as to prepare to go out of the mountain and avoid this disaster. It's not luck. I observe the clouds every day. If I didn't bring you here, you would have been struck to death outside. Gu Yannian also shouted. She liked flying since she was a child, so she knew all kinds of changes in the clouds. Thunderclouds were completely different from ordinary clouds. As soon as she saw the changes in the sky, she hurriedly took Li Qingshan here. This was the lowest, firmest, and safest place in the villa. Why didn't you say so earlier? Surprise. Gu Yannian smiled slightly. Surprise my ass. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes, but Gu Yannian's smile froze. She pointed behind him and shouted, "Be careful of the lightning." How could there be lightning here? He even closed the heavy stone door of the secret room. Li Qingshan thought she was joking, but when he looked back, a ball of lightning somehow passed through the stone door and moved silently. The air was filled with a strange stench. Damn it! Boom! The violent lightning filled the secret room. After a long time, the thunderclouds dispersed and the stone door opened. Li Qingshan and Gu Yannian came out with their faces covered in dust. More than half of the tower above them had collapsed. Flames rose in the villa, and people were rushing back and forth, trying to put out the fire. But just now, when the lightning was raging, several people were struck to death, and no one dared to come out. Now the fire had completely spread. Even the innate masters couldn't do anything. The mountain wind whistled, and the wind fueled the fire, turning the villa into a sea of fire. The lonely peak was like a burning torch, and the fire could be seen from hundreds of miles away. Oh no, my novel. Li Qingshan's expression changed. He had spent the whole winter writing up to the 5th volume of the grand biography of the White Ape King and had his men copy tens of thousands of copies. Now with the fire, it was all over. Don't worry, I've ordered people to pack it up and bury it in the ground. The fire won't burn it, and the water won't drown it. Li Qingshan calmed down. Just now, he had to use the divine talisman of great creation to save his life, and it had consumed a lot of power of will. It was already very dangerous, and once it was used up, he could only fight with his bare hands and risk his life against the heavens. The two of them stood in the middle of the raging fire. A black pillar of smoke rose into the sky and circled above the mountain peak. It was like a black dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, glaring at them maliciously. Gu Yenying looked up at the sky. It seems that the heavens are urging us to go on our way. Li Qingshan said, then let's go and make a scene. Let the world know the names of I, Li Qingshan, the descended tiger, and you, Gu Yenying, the flying eagle. Can we not add these two nicknames? Chapter 1184. Smoke lingered in the air. The ape deity mountain villa, which was once famous in the north, was now in ruins. Fei Hong hurried through the ruined courtyard and arrived below the collapsed tower. All she saw was Li Qingshan sitting on the high steps. He was solemn and had a smile on his face. Gu Yenying stood beside him, gazing into the distance. Her clothes ruffled as if she was about to be blown away by the wind. She was relieved. She could not see any disappointment on their faces, which made her admire them even more. Fei Hong, you're here. Li Qingshan greeted her as if it was any other day. Villa leader, it's good that you're okay. Many sisters were burned to death. Fei Hong sighed. She felt disgusted when she thought of the burnt bodies. Fei Hong smiled bitterly. If her martial arts had not improved recently, she would have been killed as well. Li Qingshan saw that her face was covered in smoke. He smiled. It seems that martial arts has its benefits. Yes. It's destroyed. It's all destroyed. Villa leader, what should we do now? Yuan Feifei ran over crying. She wanted to be the caretaker of the villa for the rest of her life. Now, everything had turned into ashes. What's your name? Li Qingshan shouted and stood up slowly. His arms fell to his knees. He took a deep breath and roared at the sky. His roar resounded through the mountain peak. Everyone gathered. The swordsmen from the outer yard did not suffer any losses. Other than one unlucky guy who was killed by lightning, the others were all safe. More than 10 people from the inner yard died. However, most of them had internal energy and escaped. The night was dark and shadows flickered. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Qingshan stretched his arms and pointed to the sky. He asked loudly, "Do you know why this thunderstorm came?" Everyone was speechless. He patted his chest. "It came for me." At first, everyone thought that this thunderstorm had something to do with Li Qingshan and the others. However, when he said it himself, they felt that it was too arrogant. How could a mortal trigger such a heavenly power? This damned heavens wants me dead. Do you know why? Li Qingshan's orange-yellow eyes looked around. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, why? Because I'm going to do something great. What is it? Who still remembers our slogan? Flying red. Say it. Everyone has something to learn, and everyone has something to practice. Yes, that's it. I'm going down the mountain now. Turn these words into reality. I want to spread my book to the whole world. Let everyone in the world. They can all practice the most powerful martial arts and ultimate arts. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and their hearts were filled with shock. They hadn't expected that his words were actually sincere and not a joke. This was even crazier than all the things he had done in the villa combined. However, no one dared to say anything due to his usual majesty. Manor Lord, you absolutely can't do that. Are you going to become enemies with all the aristocratic families and sects in the world? A swordsman tried to dissuade Li Qingshan. It was the youth who had been smashed in the head by Li Qingshan. I remember that you are from an aristocratic family. Li Qingshan's face darkened. The youth was a little regretful, but he bit the bullet and said, "It's the Shiman family of the Western region. This is just my personal opinion, and it has nothing to do with the family." Go on. This is the outskirts of civilization. No one cares what you want to do, Heights Lord. But if the grand biography of the White Ape King were to be spread all over the world, all sword sects and schools would perish. No, not just sword sects and schools. When that time comes, all the sects and aristocratic families in the world will gather together to attack you. I hope Manor Lord will think twice. The youth bowed deeply, and cold sweat gradually oozed from his forehead. The consequences were so serious that even he hadn't thought of it before he spoke. He only hoped that it would be a skull this time. The other swordsmen were even more shocked. They couldn't imagine what kind of scene it would be. There were only a few methods in the world that could be compared to the White Ape sword technique. If the explanation in the biography of the White Ape King was added, it would be unparalleled in the world. If it was really as Li Qingshan said, and the book was spread throughout the world, who would be willing to learn from a master? There wouldn't even be a master to speak of. Even a mountain villager could kill the disciples of famous sects and aristocratic families as long as he had enough understanding and perseverance. There were many such stories in the world of martial arts. Young geniuses occasionally had a fortuitous encounter and suddenly rose like a comet, becoming the talk of people. But such things were rare in 100 years. These geniuses all had masters and eventually became masters themselves, or they founded their own sects or aristocratic families. If such things became the norm, the order of the world of martial arts would completely collapse, and the world would fall into unprecedented chaos. Well said. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and a cold light pierced through the air, shooting toward the youth. The youth's pupils shrank, and he didn't have time to draw his sword. He thought to himself, my life is over. However, the cold light streaked across the air in an arc and stabbed right under his feet. You've got some guts, kid, to dare to speak bluntly. The White Ape King's true steel sword is yours. Thank you, Manor Lord. The youth was surprised and happy, and the eyes of the crowd were filled with envy. But I want to be enemies with all the sects and aristocratic families in the world, Li Qingshan said proudly. In fact, Gu Yenying had already said this before, and she had said it more clearly. He borrowed the White Ape sword method to spread the novel, and it was a shortcut that could quickly accumulate power of will, but he also had to pay a price for it. Martial arts flourished in this world, but the most important martial arts books were monopolized by thousands of sects and aristocratic families, big and small. Without a fortuitous encounter, a peasant boy could never win against a young master of an aristocratic family, even if he practiced for a lifetime. Even within the sects and aristocratic families, they were divided into different levels: the outer sect, the inner sect, and the direct branches, forming a stable system. The core was often a secret art or a few kinds of martial arts. Li Qingshan's actions were bound to challenge the world's thousands of years of order. Coupled with his self-mockery, the result was self-evident. But why is he doing this? No one could understand why he would do something so strenuous and unrewarding. This is for justice. Looking at the world of martial arts, how many heroes and young heroes fight for fame and fortune, but how many good things have they done in their lives? The so-called heroes of the forest claim to rob the rich and help the poor, but how many rich and poor families can they rob? Not to mention that what these people do is like giving charity to beggars. They don't even see people as human beings, they are just tools for their own gratification. Now I want to show the world what is the true way of chivalry, what is the true meaning of robbing the rich and helping the poor. I want to give all the weak the power to protect themselves. I want to give all the poor the opportunity to become peerless masters. I dream that one day, there will be no sectarian bias, no distinction between the rich and the poor. All living things compete for freedom, and everyone can rely on their own strength to create a career. Let those who are born noble and high above be stunned. Aristocratic families and sects are nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. In the face of this rolling general trend, even the mysterious will of heaven can't stop it. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Today, I will go against heaven. Chapter 1185. At this moment, he seemed to have become the combination of God and devil, justice and evil, chivalry and tyranny, a warrior and a madman, all fused into one body. Under the brilliant morning sun, it seemed that even the heavens did not know whether to destroy it or to help it succeed. The timing is perfect. The corners of Gu Yanying's lips curled up slightly. He cleverly hid his true purpose and then faked the reason why he was rejected by this world. She did not expect that this boy, who liked to be alone, would be so resourceful. However, he remembered that he had never been good at putting on a show. Yet, he was able to say such hot-blooded and passionate words. Even he himself was a little excited after hearing it. Could it be? She observed carefully and saw that his eyes were blazing with determination. Even she couldn't find a trace of falsehood in them. Could it be that he was serious? He suddenly recalled a few months ago when she complained about the heavens being mischievous. He smiled and said, "I was just about to compete with it." The red sun gradually rose from the east. Everyone slowly recovered from their shock. They all had different expressions on their faces as they pondered in silence. He felt fear and shock, but also yearned for it. A middle-aged swordsman suddenly said, "Manor Lord is right. What's so great about clans and sects? Why are they born one level higher than others?" In order to enter the ape deity mountain villa to learn swordsmanship, he had spent close to 10 years collecting enough treasures to present to the White Ape King. However, he had already passed the optimal age to learn swordsmanship, and there was little hope for him to break through to the innate realm. Moreover, he had been looked down upon by swordsmen from aristocratic families and sects in this villa. He had long been suppressing a bellyful of vexation. However, Li Qingshan's white ape sword technique had given him hope of becoming a peerless master. "I am also willing to follow the Manor Lord." Soon after, a few more swordsmen shouted. They were all from the wilderness. His strength was mediocre, and he hadn't even reached the Xiantian realm. Most importantly, it was obvious that only by continuing to follow Li Qingshan would he have the opportunity to continue comprehending the white ape sword technique. Although the grand biography of the White Ape King was very detailed, there were many parts that required reference to the original text in order to truly understand. However, most of the swordsmen were still hesitant. They were all from aristocratic families and sections. How could they turn their spears against their own people? "Villa Lord," that young swordsman from the Shiman clan said. He gathered his courage and spoke again. Li Qingshan turned to look at him. "HM? Shimaning Jia is willing to follow the Manor Lord and achieve great things." Shimaning Jia bowed deeply. Originally, he wanted to say something to object. But when that pair of orange eyes looked at him, he felt a chill run down his spine. His heart skipped a beat. His killing intent was aroused. He could not help but tighten his grip on the true steel sword. Some things could be done twice, but not thrice. If he continued to defy Mengqi this time, he was afraid that not only would he fail to learn the white ape swordplay, but his life would also be in danger. Thus, he quickly changed his tone and expressed his support. "Oh, you are also from an aristocratic family. I thought you would oppose it," Li Qingshan said with a smile. He was prepared to kill him as a sacrifice. "I am doing this in order to protect the Shimen clan. No matter how strong the Shimen clan is, how can we become the enemy of the entire world? Only by conforming to the general trend can we avoid a calamity. Even if the white ape sword law spreads throughout the world, I believe that the people of Shimen clan won't be weaker than others." With Shimaning Jia as an example and a decent set of reasons, the other swordsmen also expressed their allegiance. The temptation of the white ape sword law was too great, and Li Qingshan's coercion was too strong. "I am very pleased that everyone is sensible and sensible. If there is anyone else who has an objection, you may as well speak up now. If you don't speak up today, you won't have a chance in the future." Li Qingshan nodded slightly, but in his heart, he was very clear that these people's loyalty was worthless. Once he showed weakness, he would immediately bite back. But this was the interesting part. It was like climbing on a precipice. If there was no danger, what would be the point? The Manor Lord has great ambitions. Forgive me for my shallow strength, but I can't help the Manor Lord. I will take my leave now," a skinny old man wearing a Taoist robe faintly said. He had reached the Xiantian's 7th stage, and his strength was second only to the two protectors. Moreover, he was the great elder of the mysterious Void Temple, one of the 7 biggest sects in the world. The mysterious Void Temple's lord was also his junior brother. In addition, he was already old. Even if he had the White Ape Sword Law, it would be very difficult for his cultivation to advance to the next level. Naturally, he was unwilling to join Li Qingshan's pirate ship. He secretly made up his mind. As soon as he left the mountain, he would rush back to the mysterious Void Temple. Then, he would inform all the martial arts practitioners that such a devil had appeared in the north. If he couldn't eradicate him as soon as possible, then the martial arts world would inevitably face a great catastrophe, surpassing any previous one. This man named Li Qingshan was incomparable to any evil devil in the history of the martial arts world. In front of his frightening ambition, the Phantom Dancer Demon King and the 7 Slaughtering Demon King were simply as kind as children. He didn't do it for worldly things, but simply to cause chaos in the world. Could it be that the descent of the evil star would happen because of him? Good, very good. I like courageous people. Who else? Li Qingshan said with a smile. The other swordsmen seemed to have found their backbone. They also cupped their hands and bid farewell. There was even one who refuted Li Qingshan, saying that he was seeking his own destruction and that it was better to stop while it was still early. Li Qingshan's smile became even wider. Unknowingly, a long winter had passed since he had killed the flame sword Marquis Ho Hongtao with one palm. Since then, he had been quite peaceful and hadn't killed anyone. It seemed that he had been underestimated by some people. Where are the left and right protectors? Manor Lord, what orders do you have? The two protectors stepped forward. After a winter, their sword arts had improved a lot. In order to cross the tribulation and break through the void, they had already decided to follow Li Qingshan for a while. Kill them for me. Li Qingshan lightly waved his hand. The left and right protectors hesitated. If they attacked, they would form an irreconcilable blood feud with the mysterious Void Temple. Li Qingshan, do you want to kill us all? The skinny old man said angrily. I have already said that those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Do you think I am joking? Protectors, what are you waiting for? If you don't want to take action, then let me do it myself. The left and right protectors felt a chill in their hearts. They simultaneously thought of the pile of ape corpses in front of the manor gate a few months ago. He was no longer the carefree and inexplicable master of the manor, but an overlord of the martial arts world. Between death and ascension, there was no hesitation. With a clang, he resolutely drew his sword. You are helping a tiger do evil. Haha, to think that you still remember my name, the Descended Tiger. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. Shut up. The Manor Lord's righteousness is not something an old man like you can understand. Now that you have realized your error and repent, I beg for the Manor Lord's forgiveness. Perhaps you still have a chance to live. The right protector shouted. Humph, this humble Taoist is not as greedy for life as you are. This matter cannot be concealed. The mysterious Void Temple will definitely avenge me. Come. In an instant, sword chi crisscrossed and several heads fell to the ground. A moment later, only the old man was left. He was restrained by the two protectors and brought before Li Qingshan. He was still cursing and swearing. Manor Lord, why don't you keep him as a hostage and use him to threaten the mysterious Void Temple? Li Qingshan extended his arm and lifted the old man high into the air. Then he tossed him off the cliff. A long, miserable scream rang out, then suddenly stopped. Chapter 1186. Li Qingshan suddenly turned around, baring his fangs. His face was ferocious, like an enraged ape. No matter how much he joked around, a demonic ape was still a demon, and he was born with a demonic nature. He widened his orange-yellow eyes and stared at the two Dharma protectors. You two pieces of trash. The protectors' expressions changed. They had been famous swordsmen for many years and had never been insulted like this. Li Qingshan sneered. What, you don't accept it? The way of the sword is the way of killing, but you don't even dare to kill. What are you if not trash? Are you going to capture every enemy you meet in the future and hand them over to me? Then what's the point of practicing? Go home and embroider. The protectors' faces alternated between green and red, but they didn't say a word. Which of them didn't have dozens of dead souls under their swords? How could they not dare to kill? I know that old guy has some status, so you're afraid. Not only are you trash, but you're also idiots. If you support me, then put aside all distracting thoughts and follow me. If you don't like me and want to kill me and take the white ape sword technique, then you should kill that old guy to gain my trust. It's laughable that you're so hesitant. The Villa Master is right, we know we were wrong. We have no intention of betraying you. The protectors lowered their heads. From the moment the old man fell off the cliff, they had already become enemies with the Xuanchu Temple, so they might as well kill him and satisfy Li Qingshan. In any case, since he witnessed Chen Shi's extraordinary and peerless sword Dao, it was absolutely impossible for him to give up. Now, he could only follow Chen Shi to the end. Li Qingshan's anger immediately turned to joy. Nothing is better than being able to correct one's mistakes. At least I didn't misjudge you. Your hearts of the sword are not even embryonic swords and need to be tempered. Even the White Ape King can't do this. Now, follow me to fight for the world. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Don't miss it. I won't miss it. All right, get ready to go down the mountain. Li Qingshan waved his hand and turned to Gu Yenying. You make the arrangements. Gu Yenying shrugged slightly and went up to give orders. In just a few sentences, she had already gathered all of them. He mobilized everyone. Some went off to gather wood and build sledges, others to dig granaries and bury pots to cook rice, and others to put out fires, collecting gold and silver that were not afraid of fire and so on. Finally, he had the left and right guardians maintain order and supervise everyone. Arranging everything reasonably, neatly, and interlinked with each other would be the most efficient. She had served as the White Hawk commander in the Rui Commandery for many years, so a small matter like this obviously could not trouble her. But everyone was impressed by their strength and wisdom. Perhaps he could really accomplish something great. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed. He was happy to be free. Gu Yenying whispered, Qingshan, isn't this too intense? We could have planned it slowly. If he didn't have such an imposing manner, how could he have shaken the hearts of the people in the world? Revolution is not a dinner party. The heavens are watching what people do. Li Qingshan disagreed. With their bad luck, even if they wanted to plan it slowly, there would definitely be countless accidents. In the end, they would still have to become enemies with sects and aristocratic clans, and all they would end up with would be sneaky and be labeled as rascals. It was better for them to stand out openly, win over the hearts of the people, and fight to their heart's content against all their enemies with the might of the world. I think all you have is an imposing manner. I really don't know what you'll do without me, Gu Yenying said in exasperation. If they wanted to become enemies with the aristocratic clans and sects of the world, just Li Qingshan's fists were definitely not enough. They needed to establish a complete organization and borrow all the power they could to expand and develop like a rolling snowball. There were so many things that she definitely needed to sort through. She also needed to consider the unfathomable minds of people. This is exactly for you to gain experience. Li Qingshan patted her shoulder. If you want to turn from a kun to a peng, you must first feel the turbulence of the undercurrents and fight against the violent winds and waves. Only then can you rise up. That does make some sense. Gu Yenying could not help but sink into thought, but she noticed that the smile on Li Qingshan's face was exactly the same as when he was playing a prank. She said in annoyance, I actually almost believed you. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm very experienced in this aspect. Li Qingshan was not boasting. He cultivated the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, and he wanted to constantly comprehend the spirit contained within each transformation. When he crossed space, he had a slight understanding of the Kunpeng spirit. It was a kind of vastness that allowed all rivers to flow into the sea, but it did not possess the forbearance and silence of the spirit turtle. Instead, it was filled with a spirited will. Even if it dove into the depths of the sea, it was for the sake of rising up. Even Yi Haitian wanted to break free from the restraints. He liked the spirit very much, even feeling a little regretful. This was because the Kunpeng did not appear in the remaining 3 transformations. All right. Gu Yenying was not a coward. She only became cautious because she was powerless and had just gone through a lightning storm. Her fighting spirit had been roused by Li Qingshan. I'll fight with you. Before she had even finished speaking, the Kunpeng feather in her bosom flashed slightly, as if it was responding to her. How about it? I was right, wasn't I? Li Qingshan smiled. I've been enlightened. Gu Yenying bowed slightly. Don't be so smug. Go get everything in the secret room down there. All right, all right. At the same time, a furious, emaciated old man clung tightly to a slanted pine tree halfway up the mountain. It was the elder of the profound void temple that Li Qingshan had tossed down the mountain. His aura had become even more powerful. As it turned out, the crisis of life and death had instead allowed him to break through his bottleneck and reach the 8th layer of the congenital realm. He had also opened his acupoints along the way. Then he encountered this pine tree, which was why he managed to keep his life. However, his injuries were not light, so he did not dare to act rashly. He planned to wait for nightfall before descending the mountain and returning to the profound void temple. The heavens must be helping me, allowing me to slay the evil demon and take revenge. Li Qingshan, just you wait. The sun was high up in the sky. Everything was ready on the mountaintop. They were only waiting for Li Qingshan's order to set off. He raised his hand high and was about to announce the departure when he suddenly had a thought. He muttered to himself, "It seems that some people won't die if they fall off a cliff. Villa Master, that old man's acupoints have all been sealed. He's dead for sure," the right protector said. That's not for sure. Li Qingshan walked to the edge of the cliff and looked carefully. Through the thick mist, he indeed found a figure halfway up the mountain. He smiled and said, "What did I say? I was soft-hearted and didn't kill him with my own hands." Then, he looked left and right, lifted a huge rock and threw it down. He missed once and threw again in high spirits. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This is called soft-hearted. A moment later, a familiar scream rang out, but it was much shorter. Chapter 1187. Although the majestic gate of the villa had been scorched by smoke and fire, it still stood tall. Even the words "ape demon" that Li Qingshan had stuck on with his saliva were still there. Do you still remember that snowy night a few months ago? Of course we remember, Villa Master. Now that I think about it, it still feels like a dream. This statement was met with a wave of agreement. Not only did that night feel like a dream, but the experiences of the past few months also felt like a dream. Now, they were going to have an even crazier dream. To tell you the truth, that snowstorm was also aimed at me. But not only did the wretched heavens not do anything to me, I became stronger the more I fought, and with your help, what's there to worry about? Li Qingshan laughed heartily. Everyone laughed too. Half a day ago, when they heard similar words, they thought he was bragging, but now they couldn't help but believe it. They felt a kind of heroic spirit fighting with the heavens, and his body glowed with a strange charm and boldness. I guarantee that everyone here, as long as they can survive this great trial, will definitely be able to break through the void. Li Qingshan pointed at the crowd and made a shocking promise. After all, how many years would it take for a peerless master to be able to break through the void to appear in the martial arts world? It was obviously arrogant talk, but it had a powerful persuasive power. Seeing that everyone was stunned, he laughed again. But as for whether or not we will be killed by the tribulation lightning, I can't guarantee. Even if we are killed by the tribulation lightning, it's better than living a mediocre life. Fei Hong raised her arms and shouted. If there was anyone in the villa who had the fastest improvement in martial arts, it would be her. In just a few months, she had gone from mediocre to top-notch. This was due to her perseverance, her ability to endure hardship, and her decent talent. Li Qingshan would even give her special treatment from time to time, giving her some pills from the White Ape King's secret room. She was the clearest example right now, which tempted everyone. I will not die before I am killed by the tribulation lightning. Shimin Jie gripped the true steel sword tightly. He couldn't help but feel a little excited, wishing he could meet an enemy right now. Let's fight. Okay, I'll watch you. But now that the villa has been destroyed, I am no longer the villa master. Then how should we address him? The right protector asked. Was he really going to call it the Descending the Mountain Tiger? A Descending the Mountain Tiger that looked like an ape? Isn't this a little too much of a joke? I will be a hero and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. It made all the so-called heroes throughout the ages blush with shame. He should be called the Hero King. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone answered loudly, their blood boiling. This was the title that their commander should have. Only one person was dissatisfied. It was Gu Yenying, who was standing beside Li Qingshan. Then I don't want to be called Flying Eagle either. Then what do you want to be called? Eagle King? King Kun? Or King Rock? None of them. I'll just call myself the #1 in the world. Gu Yenying smiled in a carefree manner. You. What kind of world's #1 are you? Li Qingshan was also dissatisfied. Seeing the two villa masters arguing, everyone could only remain silent. This was even more arrogant than the Hero King. Even among the peerless masters in history who could break through the void, no one dared to call themselves the world's #1. You can only call yourself the #2 in the world, Li Qingshan said with certainty. Everyone was speechless. So they were just fighting for this ranking? But they were not surprised at all. I don't care. Gu Yenying raised her head and did not even look at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's eyes widened like a cow's, but he could not do anything to her. Your Highness, please calm down. I think the 4 words #1 in the world are true. Shimening Jie glanced at Gu Yenying and immediately looked away. No matter how many times he looked at her, he could not look at her directly. He had opposed Li Qingshan twice because he was jealous. Fei Hong sighed in her heart. If she was not the world's #1, who could be called the world's #1? Li Qingshan also understood and said with a smile, that makes sense. If you want to be #1 in the world, then be it. I don't want to use this kind of title. Gu Yenying smiled. Since the villa is gone, we should rebuild a new gang so that everyone knows their subordinates. I have already thought of the name. It will be called World Society. World Alliance. The whole world is united. Good name. The villa has the intention to defend, but the World Society has the ambition to conquer the world. The left and right protectors exclaimed in admiration. They could also see that in the future, many specific matters would probably be handled by this #1 beauty in the world. Wait, it sounds like you are the leader of the World Society, Li Qingshan said. That's right, I am the leader. Gu Yenying grinned. Since her Kunpeng's heart was aroused, she was not willing to hide behind Li Qingshan and be a subordinate who gave advice and suggestions. What about me? Li Qingshan pointed at his own nose. You are the king of chivalry. Of course, if you want, you can be the deputy leader. Gu Yenying nodded. Brat, I have been the deputy villa master for so long, it should be my turn now. Li Qingshan's eyes widened like copper bells. This is not fair. How big is the villa? Gu Yenying tilted her head to indicate that there were fewer people here than in the original villa. As for how many people can be developed, isn't it all up to me? It's very fair. In the end, Li Qingshan let out a long sigh. Forget it, it's all an empty title. I won't fight with you. Then, Gu Yenying took a step forward and ordered someone to get a pen and paper to record. In a short while, she dictated 18 rules of the society. They were concise and strict, with clear rewards and punishments. Not only did they maintain authority, but they also pointed out the direction of development. They were better than the family rules of any aristocratic family or sect in the world. When it came to making laws, who could compare to the legalists? Everyone, please remember these 18 rules. If you violate them, you will be tortured in hell. Gu Yenying's expression became solemn and awe-inspiring. Her cloak fluttered, and hot wind surged. In an instant, the beautiful woman turned into a judge of hell. Everyone felt a great sense of majesty and terror. This world leader, who had never shown any power and looked even weaker than ordinary people, had such majesty. Li Qingshan's respect for her was not just because of her charm as the #1 in the world. They all said, your subordinate obeys. Li Qingshan looked back and felt that there was no real power in it. She only borrowed a trace of the breath of hot wind hell, but it was enough to scare these guys. It seemed that she did not waste this winter. Under the bright sun, a group of people meandered down the mountain. Water slowly dripped from the plaque. The two words, Ape Demon, were lifted by the mountain wind and gently torn off, fluttering with the wind. They landed at the foot of the mountain. There was a person lying in the thick snow. It was the elder of the Xuanxu temple. Beside him was a broken pine tree and a cracked boulder. His face was covered in blood, but his chest was slowly rising and falling. Chapter 1188. Although the boulder Li Qingshan threw broke the pine tree, it didn't directly hit him. The thick snow that had accumulated for an entire winter saved his life. He just happened to fall into a snow pit. The purple cloud's secret art of the mysterious void temple gave him a chance to live. It could be said that he was extremely lucky. However, he felt the will of heaven and thought to himself, "The heavens are helping me. If I can kill this thief, I will be blessed by the heavens. Perhaps it won't be difficult for me to break through the void. No, this is the truth. I just need to spread it. Damn you. You still won't die like this." A familiar scolding suddenly resounded through the clear sky. Li Qingshan's face appeared above the snow pit, blocking the bright blue sky. His expression was angry as if he was the one who was thrown down the mountain. You. His eyes widened. Before he could react, his legs were pulled out of the snow pit. After a moment of dizziness, the rock wall rushed toward him. No, pa. His brain burst and blood splattered. Pa. A moment later, Li Qingshan threw down his legs in satisfaction. It really is if he's alive. I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. I can't be careless. Let's see how you'll survive this time. The rock wall and the snow were covered in thick ink. The bloody mess naturally didn't have the ability to answer him. The will of the heavens is so clear, so it might not necessarily be a bad thing. We just have to consider the worst-case scenario for everything. It'll make it easier to make plans. Gu Yenying's voice rang out, but it came from a huge basket on Li Qingshan's back. Number 1 in the world, how does it feel inside? Li Qingshan turned his head and asked. It's very comfortable. It would be better if you could walk more steadily. Gu Yenying smiled and stuck her head out, like a little monkey lying on the back of a big monkey. This basket was personally designed by her. It was covered with thick fur and 4 tough ropes crisscrossed in front of Li Qingshan's chest, tightly binding the two of them together. Because the mountain road was steep and there were a lot of treasures, Li Qingshan couldn't wait any longer. She suggested that they come back to the foot of the mountain to take a look, and sure enough, they found something. I want to play it safe. Do you know how many traps there are under the snow? Li Qingshan flew away. The snow under his feet flew up. His bare feet dug deep into the ground, and with every step he took, a trace of power surged up from the soles of his feet. He borrowed this force to move forward, walking like the wind. It was also incomparably stable. When they arrived at the other side of the mountain, it was almost dusk. Bonfires were lit. When the crowd saw the two of them return, they bowed to them. Your Highness, President. Li Qingshan said a few more encouraging words. Arriving at the central tent, he put down the basket on his back and asked, Where are we going? Gu Yenying crawled out of the basket and stretched her body. If the people outside heard this, they would probably explode right now. The great king of chivalry doesn't even know where to go. Humph, I'm not the president. What's the point of thinking about this? Li Qingshan sat down and picked up the wine on the table. He took a sip and spat it out. He said vaguely, There's poison in the wine. A pungent smoke rose from the ground, showing the intensity of the poison. He still looked indifferent, but Gu Yenying was more dissatisfied that he didn't become the president. That's true. Gu Yenying smiled slightly, which made Li Qingshan's teeth itch. Gu Yenying took out a sheepskin map and spread it on the table. There are thousands of miles to the south from here, which is ruled by the Ma family, one of the 4 great families in the world. It has been passed down for 200 years. Their descendants control every piece of land and every mine. It is said that every leaf has the surname Ma. The head of the family, Ma Shinkong, is at the 9th level of Qi training. There are countless masters under him. I originally wanted to negotiate with him in the Galloping Horse City. There are many literate people there, and it is convenient to spread your novel. Li Qingshan slammed the table. Screw you. This is not Great Xia, and you are not the daughter of the eagle deity. You are a right-leaning capitulationist. Compromise will not help us win the revolution, and it will not help us unite our comrades. You really have a lot of weird things to say. But you're right. I've been taking things for granted. Once I try to play according to the rules of this world, we'll become riddled with openings and be restrained everywhere. It's better to strike first and catch them off guard, which is why my first target is here. Gu Yenying pointed at a point on the map. The mine, and a large number of miners. I believe they will like your idea. Gu Yenying's eyes were bright and shining. You finally understand what I mean. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. This world is fundamentally different from our world. The next morning, it snowed lightly again. Li Qingshan carried Gu Yenying on his back and led the group to the south. The journey was full of twists and turns. In just a few days, they had encountered 2 avalanches. If it were not for Li Qingshan's sharp senses for danger, and if it were not for Gu Yenying constantly observing the terrain and making the worst-case scenarios, any one of these avalanches would have been enough to completely bury their newly established society of the world. Everyone realized that disaster was shrouding them, and their morale was extremely low. Fortunately, Li Qingshan had already described this as a journey against the natural order. Otherwise, the group would have collapsed. Everyone was afraid of the unknown. Even so, on the night of the first avalanche, a few people took advantage of the night to escape. They were all chased by the left and right protectors and were beheaded. Only then did the trend stop. On the 5th evening, the group arrived at their destination. It was surrounded by mountains and surrounded by a huge mine with a radius of 10 miles. There were rows of houses in the mine, just like a small city. Countless miners went in and out of the mine like ants. They used all kinds of simple and crude machines to dig the ores out of the mountains. Then, they took the coal from the ground and cast it into all kinds of weapons. Finally, they branded it with the Pegasus mark and transported it out of the mine by the river. Li Qingshan looked at the Pegasus flag fluttering in the wind above the mine and said to Gu Yenying, "We also want to make some flags." He turned his head and gestured to the left and right protectors. "Go and take this down. Don't kill anyone. I will hold a public hearing tonight." No one knew what was going to happen in the public hearing, but for the swordsmen, it was a very simple task to take over such a mine, and they almost didn't encounter any decent resistance, especially for the left and right protectors. No one was a match for them. After all, no matter how strong the influence of Ma family was, it was impossible for them to send a master of Xiantian 9th stage to guard this mine, and any protector could easily dismantle the rule of Ma family here. Did you notice that the spiritual energy here is obviously so weak, but their strength is not any weaker than the Qi practitioners of the 9 regions? In fact, they are even stronger. Li Qingshan said. It seems that this is the difference between the big and small worlds. It is like the difference between the soil and the water. The water is more likely to have ripples. But fortunately, if the ripples are stronger, it will be difficult. Gu Yenying said. The fundamental difference between this world and the 9 regions was that the strength of an individual had not completely surpassed that of a group. If it was in the 9 regions, all the mortals combined would not be able to hurt a hair of Li Qingshan. But in this world, there was another possibility. Chapter 1189. Clang, 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 clang. The bell tower rang rapidly, and the ashen-faced miners looked up. This was the ringing of the summoning bell, which had not rung for a long time. A wooden platform had been built in the central square of the town. It was a place where large-scale gatherings were held. During festivals, people could even come here to listen to a big show. At this moment, the platform was brightly lit. A row of people knelt on the platform with their hands tied behind their backs. Around them were a group of silent swordsmen, their shadows flickering in the firelight, exuding a murderous aura. "You're from the ape deity Mountain Villa. Why did you attack us?" Did the White Ape King order you to do this? A luxuriously dressed man raised his head and asked in surprise. A moment ago, he was comfortably enjoying the banquet in his courtyard, but now he had become a prisoner. His cultivation of Xiantian's second stage was enough to rule this mine, but how could he fight against more than 10 Xiantian masters? He was very familiar with the names of several of them. Even if they had come to the Galloping Horse City, they would still be guests. So, how could they suddenly attack him? It's not the White Ape King, it's me. A voice came from the darkness, and the man looked back in surprise. 2 orange-yellow dots flashed in the darkness, leaping onto the platform. The swordsmen bowed their heads. Your Highness. The man's eyes widened. It was not the White Ape King, but a burly man with long arms that reached his knees. He could not tell his specific cultivation level. The man squatted down in front of him, tilted his head, and asked, You're the boss here? Who are you? Li Qingshan stood up and asked the crowd, Do you know who I am? No one dared to answer. They were just the lowest miners. Even a small foreman could whip them at will, and now the unreachable mine owner Ma was kneeling there obediently. I'm Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's voice was not particularly loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. With every word he said and every wave of his hand, the surroundings gradually boiled over. Several thousand pairs of eyes stared at the platform. Under the illumination of the firelight, the man with an unusual appearance seemed to radiate with a wondrous charm. He pointed out a path to heaven. Just as Gu Yenying said, these people liked his idea far more than the swordsman. In Li Qingshan's words, those with vested interests were far less revolutionary than the oppressed classes. Therefore, we must arouse the masses and rely on them. From the crowd to the crowd. The miners were physically strong. However, most of them only had the most superficial inner force. When the mine collapsed, it was not enough to keep them alive. Every day, they lived on the edge of death. In this world where martial arts prevailed, death was not something to be afraid of. Moreover, the White Ape Sword technique was something that even the top experts in the Jianghu were willing to risk their lives to obtain. In the end, the voices were like ocean waves, surging over wave after wave. On the high platform, other than Li Qingshan, everyone's complexion changed. This was the first time in their lives that they had felt such prestige. King, Marquis, General, and Minister, do you have guts? Li Qingshan opened his arms wide. Hero King! Hero King! Hero King! The miners raised their arms and shouted. Li Qingshan grabbed Mine Master Ma and threw him into the crowd. Now, I'll hand him over to you. The crowd dispersed. This was the prestige that the Ma family had established for 200 years. Mine Master Ma was frightened. How dare you? The Galloping Horse City will never let go of any traitor. The miners were immediately enraged. When did you ever let us go? I was just too hungry, so I hunted a deer in the forest and was sent here. My poor parents had no one to serve them, so they starved to death. I didn't do anything at all. I just said something wrong and offended someone with the surname Ma. Instead of working here until I die, I might as well fight. Fight. The crowd drowned Mine Master Ma like an undercurrent. His shrill screams rushed out of the undercurrent and pierced through the night sky. The swordsmen were horrified that an innate master had died like this. Li Qingshan laughed. He grabbed another man and threw him into the crowd. The man screamed in midair and was torn apart in the blink of an eye. Screams were heard one after another. Flowers of flesh and blood bloomed one after another. The atmosphere in the field reached its peak, almost fanatical. Those who were tied up were trembling and begging for mercy. Li Qingshan did not spare anyone. He was like the devil king of hell, using living people to feed a group of ghosts. But he was also like the incarnation of justice, breaking the shackles and revolutionizing the world. The sky was bright, but the bloodstains were still visible. There were more than a dozen blacksmith furnaces in the square. Thousands of miners were lined up in a long line. The smell of meat permeated the air with a sizzling sound. Dozens of people took turns to stamp a red-hot soldering iron on the chest of each miner and print the word world. This was the proof of membership. Then, they could receive a page of the White Ape swordplay. Those who had not received their turn were impatient, while those who had received the swordplay were overjoyed. This was a peerless swordplay. Even if there was only one page, it was enough for a person to reach the sky in a single bound and become a first-class master. From today onwards, they didn't have to mine anymore and could practice openly. Moreover, they wouldn't be practicing by themselves. It was said that they would be personally guided by the World Society leader. This was something that everyone dreamed of. Many of them were illiterate and could not understand the swordplay at all. Not everyone had the ability to learn without a teacher. In a large open space outside the town, everyone was holding a standard iron sword. They lined up neatly and waved their swords one by one. The atmosphere was extremely lively. A swordsman was in charge of practicing, while the other swordsmen were shuttling through the crowd to guide them. In their eyes, these miners were extremely clumsy. They used swords like hoes. Not many of them were attractive, and most of them had missed the best age to practice martial arts. If it were not for the two figures on the hillside not far away, they would have started to slack off. However, there were also people with insight who thought, this is just the beginning. Among so many people, there are bound to be a few talented people. Even if these people can't become experts, their descendants will have a chance. Qingshan, how is it? On the hillside, Gu Yenying turned around and asked. She was wearing a silver eagle mask, which was made by the best swordsmith in the city overnight. It was used to cover her face, which was the world's #1, so that it would be convenient for her to act. This is a very good move. The miners are very disciplined and obedient. Li Qingshan nodded approvingly. Last night, Gu Yenying had not been idle. She had drawn a lot of armor and crossbow drawings and ordered the craftsmen to build according to the drawings. The design of the crossbow was exquisite and practical, and even the most experienced craftsmen were amazed. But the problem was with the simple craftsmanship of the armor. Armor was not popular in this world. In Jianghu, it would only be a burden. Not only was it extremely inconvenient to move, but its defense was also very limited. Any master of the internal style could crack the internal organs with one palm. Chapter 1190. After a day, Gu Yenying selected nearly 100 sergeants and 10 sergeants and ordered them to be punished. If one person makes a mistake, the whole unit will be punished. She also beheaded a few people to enforce the strict military law. It can be said that it was a harsh punishment, but it changed the atmosphere. It faintly looked like the army. Everyone knew the majesty of the first in the world. In the evening, she ordered everyone to change their residence and turn the town into a military camp. She also implemented a curfew. She ordered the swordsmen to patrol and kill anyone who violates the curfew. The sky had just darkened, and the city was already pitch black. Only a large estate halfway up the mountain still had its lights on. Li Qingshan leaned against the railings of the estate and gazed into the distance. Isn't this a little too harsh? You can control people's hearts with kindness and power. You are a chivalrous prince, so I can be the bad guy. And I can't win people's hearts like you. I have to rely on the law to quickly form an army. Gu Yenying was concentrating on drawing a picture of a crossbow. Hey, I am the spiritual leader. I should also command the army. But seeing that you are pitiful, I will give you some benefits. Thank you, Prince, for your great kindness. I think you are the one who finds it troublesome. Gu Yenying said without raising her head, when the army is formed, you don't need to be tied to me anymore. You can do whatever you want. Hey, I can't wait. Li Qingshan looked back and saw that she was still wearing the silver eagle mask. He walked over and helped her take it off. You don't need to wear this thing here. Gu Yenying just finished the last stroke. She breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, from now on, only you can see my face. Li Qingshan said with a smile, if you see this kind of face, don't you want to marry me? Just look, don't be discontented. Yuan Feifei's voice sounded outside the door. Prince. Leader, Feifei is here. Come in. Yuan Feifei pushed the door and came in. She bowed and smiled. Prince, why did you summon me? Is the food not to your taste? I want to know why you are dissatisfied with me. Gu Yenying did not look at Yuan Feifei as she gently blew the ink on the paper dry. What? Was there poison in the food? Leader, I'm innocent. How could this servant dare to do such a thing? Yuan Feifei cried out. You know very well that I'm not talking about today. It's not in the food, Gu Yenying said. Then this servant doesn't know. I am loyal and devoted to the president and his highness. I hope that the two of you can see through the minutest details. Yuan Feifei knelt on the ground with a face full of emotion. Oh, she was the one who poisoned the wine? Li Qingshan recalled. At that time, they had just left the mountain. I don't want to affect morale. He didn't do much research. After all, I've been a White Eagle commander for so many years. This is obvious. Then kill him. Li Qingshan's attitude was as casual as when he drank the poisoned wine. Huh. No wonder you would show your face. Anyone who sees it will die. It's just a joke. Did you take it seriously? Yuan Feifei's face became paler and paler. She trembled more and more. Suddenly, she cowed out. This servant was confused for a moment. Please spare my life, Manor Lord. If there's a first time, there'll be a second time. Make your move. Don't even think about escaping. You can't escape the pursuit of the left and right protectors. Only by killing me will you have a chance to live. As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, the sword light came straight for her throat. Yuan Feifei's face was ferocious. Die! What kind of bullshit swordsmanship is this? Li Qingshan didn't think much of it. When he said the word dog, his large hand had already grabbed Yuan Feifei's neck. The sword light stopped in front of Li Qingshan and couldn't move any further. Spare me. With a crack, Li Qingshan released his hand. The corpse fell to the ground. He was still curious as to why she poisoned him. However, a woman's heart was unfathomable. There was no need to ask so much. Your strength is recovering very slowly. Don't let me surpass you. Gu Yenying smiled. Although Li Qingshan had killed Yuan Feifei with one move, as if he was crushing a bug, his true strength was similar to Yuan Feifei's. He might even be slightly weaker. It was just that the gap between the two of them in other aspects was too big. I'll be able to obtain new strength soon. Li Qingshan's face was full of confidence. When he entered the mansion, he had sensed that there was a treasure hidden underneath. That night, Fei Hong took over the position of the chief supervisor of internal affairs. Crack, crack. The ice river that led to the outside of the mountain gradually melted. The chilly spring wind also became warmer. The grass stubbornly sprouted from under the snow, signaling the arrival of spring. In the mines, the sounds of battle rose to the sky. The miners trained day and night and were gradually becoming soldiers. The killing intent was getting stronger and stronger. Gu Yenying had set up checkpoints on the major roads to block the news. However, once the ice river was completely thawed, they would have to transport the weapons and ores that had been accumulated over the winter down the river. Then, they would have to transport back rations and new miners. This way, the news would not be able to be blocked. The Ma family's counterattack would come soon. Everyone knew this, and so they endured the harsher training than mining. However, it was not that there was no entertainment. Instead of gathering together to watch a play, they listened to Li Qingshan's lecture on the legend of the White Ape King. He personally went on stage every day and explained the complicated and profound sword techniques in the sword manual in simple terms. At the same time, he promoted his own philosophy. Why do we fight? Who are our enemies? The inevitable victory of the revolution. This is a path that defies the heavens. Every time, there was an uproar. Not only was the will of the people united, but it also quietly dissolved the dissatisfaction under the harsh military law to prevent the string from being pulled too tight. Every day, a large amount of willpower was gathered into the divine talisman of great creation. It was 10 times faster than when they were in the villa. Now that they were out of danger, Li Qingshan was eager to attack. Once the ice river thawed, it would be the time to attack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Like thunder in spring, the sound spread to every corner of the mine. The ice river began to thaw. In the open space outside the city, thousands of soldiers lined up in formation. Everyone was wearing armor and holding weapons. Everything was silent. They already had the embryonic form of an army. A platform was built in the center of the open space to pay respects to the general. Amidst the sound of the ice river breaking, Gu Yenying, dressed in silver armor, walked up the platform step by step. The clanking sound of armor rubbing against each other faintly merged with the sound of the ice river breaking. A pair of sharp eagle eyes swept across the audience, and the cruel aura of hell arose spontaneously. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. No one could have imagined that the 4 words, "World's Number One," would be referring to her appearance. At this moment, a strong figure suddenly emerged from the crowd. As if riding on the wind, he leaped onto the platform in a few steps. The crowd immediately burst into cheers, forgetting Her Majesty in an instant. They shouted, "King of Chivalry." The person who came was Li Qingshan. He held a flagpole in his hand and waved it forcefully. It was erected on the platform. The big flag fluttered in the wind. It was an eagle head that was somewhat similar to her mask. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the big flag. The military flag was the soul of the army. Li Qingshan cupped his hands at her. "General." The 8 captains who were selected from the army's martial arts practice came forward. They knelt on one knee and cupped their fists. "General." The whole army said in unison, "General." In an instant, a majestic aura gathered on her body. It turned into a substantial force that filled her entire body. This was a method used by the militarists to gather the military's aura. It was similar to the divine talisman of great creation in that it used human strength to resist the power of heaven. Gu Yenying could not help but feel a little excited. With a clang, she pulled out her sword. Chapter 1191. There were nervous and busy figures everywhere in the city. They gathered at the estuary and made the final preparations for the dispatch of troops. At the same time, in a mansion in the middle of the mountain, an old miner with a wrinkled face said respectfully to Li Qingshan, "Your Highness, the tunnel has been dug for more than 500 feet, but it's all rocks. I haven't found any mineral veins." In the end, he even looked a little ashamed, as if it was his fault that he didn't find the mineral veins. As soon as Li Qingshan settled down here, he gathered a group of old miners who were unsuited for the army and made them dig a mine in the manor. For this, he even demolished a luxurious manor and destroyed a garden, but in the end, he found nothing. He did not even find a single piece of metal. "Don't worry, I'm not looking for any mineral veins." In other words, there should be a mineral vein here. Li Qingshan smiled and patted the old miner's shoulder. With his sense of the earth, he found it as soon as he arrived here. The mansion that was demolished was the mine owner's practice room, which confirmed his feeling. Yes, the old miner showed a puzzled look. It was strange that there were mineral veins that he had never seen before, but he was also a little flattered. The person in front of him was different from any big shot he had seen before. He was full of sincerity. Li Qingshan looked down. The deep mine went straight into the belly of the mountain, exuding a cold air. "How's the reinforcement?" "Your Highness, don't worry. It definitely won't collapse. The mineral veins in this mountain are thin, and there are no mines in the first place. That's why Ma dared to build the mansion here. If it weren't for the fact that time is too tight, we could have made some steps. That's not necessary. I'm not that valuable. You've done a good job. When I come out, you'll be rewarded." Li Qingshan looked around as if he was waiting for someone. With a clanging sound, Gu Yenying rushed over with 100 armored soldiers. Her steps were as light as the wind, and she was finally no longer trapped by fate. She could move freely as she wished. The two looked at each other and nodded. Li Qingshan entered the deep mine and came to the end in an instant, just as he said. This place was expanded into a small stone room, and the temperature was a little warmer. The rock under his feet was filled with spiritual energy like flowing water. Li Qingshan smiled. Yes, there should have been a spirit stone vein here, but because the spirit energy in this world was too thin, spirit stones couldn't be formed. However, it was still a spirit land. Although he was unable to obtain spiritual energy from the air, he could obtain nourishment from the earth. When he tried to absorb the power of the earth like he usually did, the spiritual energy in the rocks also flowed into his body, bringing with it traces of coolness as it flowed throughout his body and merged with his physique. The quality of the spiritual energy here was far from being comparable to that of the 9 provinces, but to him, it was like a well in the desert. It was much more precious than a river or a lake. In order to drink this mouthful of water, he also took a great risk. An earthquake could bury him. Even if the heavens couldn't make such a big move on a stable piece of land, they still had to guard against it. Destruction was always much easier than construction. But now, he could finally relax a little because she was guarding outside. What do you want to do? Gu Yanniang's dignified voice came from under the visor, and a pair of eagle eyes stared at the surroundings. There were more than 10 swordsmen, almost 1/3 of the total number. The 3 people in the lead had all reached the innate realm. At this moment, they were holding long swords and approaching step by step, their eyes filled with hostility. We want to eliminate a great evil for the pugilistic world, to prevent the world from being plunged into misery and suffering. The swordsmen all had awe-inspiring looks on their faces. Just as Li Qingshan had said, many of these people came from the reactionary class. Many people didn't really agree with his ideals, and they would even ruin things at the critical moment. "Oh, what is the great evil you are talking about?" Gu Yanniang said. "Li Qingshan, that big devil, bullshit. Traitor." Before Gu Yanniang could say anything, the armored soldiers were already furious. Li Qingshan was their great hero, and they couldn't allow others to insult him like this. Gu Yanniang raised her hand to appease the armored soldiers. "Heh, I thought I had a share." "Yes, you have a share too. However, in consideration of the fact that you're just a weak woman being held hostage by Li Qingshan, as long as you surrender obediently, we obviously won't harm you at all. No one would ever forget the supreme beauty beneath the silver hawk's visor." Gu Yanniang laughed and said, "No wonder you are so bold. It turns out that you are only here to bully a weak woman. When the so-called big devil is here, no one dares to jump out." A smear of shame flashed across the swordsmen's faces. Indeed, if Li Qingshan were present, they would not even be bold enough to say no. This was the first time in their lives that they had experienced what it meant to be arrogant. They could not even muster the will to resist. It was precisely because Gu Yanniang had never shown any kung fu, and her performance was even weaker than ordinary people. When she left the mountain, she had to be carried by Li Qingshan. That was why she dared to attack at this time. A real man doesn't care about trifles. As long as we can eliminate evil for the pugilistic world, we won't care about such trifles. Don't you want to learn the white ape swordsmanship? Gu Yanniang looked playful. Of course, we can find it from his body. Although it will be a little troublesome to dig it out from the ground, there is no shortage of these lowly miners here. Except for the left and right protectors who were obsessed with swordsmanship and could really understand the mystery of Li Qingshan's swordsmanship, the others only coveted the white ape swordsmanship. Coming to this mine from the holy land of swordsmanship, they were accompanied by dirty and vulgar miners every day. This filled their hearts with resentment. There was another uproar among the armored soldiers. All of them were born lowly miners. After these days of encouragement from Li Qingshan, they were no longer used to being looked down upon like this. Gu Yanniang laughed and said, "It doesn't have to be so troublesome. The white ape swordsmanship is with me." That couldn't be better. "Everyone, don't fall into her delaying tactics. Let's hurry up and capture her first. Then we'll bury Li Qingshan alive." While talking, the swordsmen quickly closed the distance between them. Their eyes involuntarily looked at the mine, fearing that Li Qingshan would suddenly come out to kill them. "Well, I was just worried that there would be no one to sacrifice for the flag." Gu Yanniang waved her hand, and the armored soldiers raised their iron swords. This bunch of trash wants to stop us?" However, Gu Yanniang's calmness was somewhat beyond the expectations of the swordsmen. Someone shouted, "Give up. Do you really think that you're the number one in the world? The others have been arranged to go to the mouth of the river. No one can come to the rescue. Once Li Qingshan dies, there will be no more world gathering." Gu Yanniang's reply was a cold shout, "Kill! Kill!" The armored soldiers shouted in unison and waved their swords to slash at the swordsmen. 3 figures leaped above the crowd. They were 3 great swordsmen who had reached the post-celestial realm. Their sword chi whistled as they went straight for Gu Yanniang. This was why there was no army in this world. Even if the weak had an army of 100,000, they would not be able to defend against the assassinations of experts. They would also not be able to defend against assassinations from experts. Experts would rather use the energy and martial strength of the army to make themselves stronger. I sent the others away to distinguish you all, Gu Yenying said to herself. With a swish, she opened her iron fan and lightly waved it. The three great swordsmen froze. They were filled with pain and terror. As soon as they fell to the ground, they were chopped into meat paste by the armored soldiers. What kind of demonic art is this? The other swordsmen were all dumbfounded. They were even more shocked than when they saw Li Qingshan kill Marquis Raging Fire with one palm. They clearly didn't see any attack, but the three great swordsmen died on the spot. For a moment, they all forgot to attack and retreated step by step under the pressure of the armored soldiers. The hellish hot wind was invisible and formless. After Gu Yenying went up to the stage and paid her respects, her strength quickly recovered, but it was only at the post-celestial realm. It was far from being a match for these swordsmen. However, she could borrow this power to pass through the confinement of this world and communicate with the hellish hot wind. Of course, these few gusts of hot wind were not enough to cause fatal injuries. It was like being bitten by a snake. The wound was not even worth mentioning. What was truly fatal was the poison contained within the hellish pain. It's fine if Li Qingshan says I'm not #1 in the world, but you bunch of trash dare to point fingers at me? Gu Yenying stepped out from the crowd and stepped forward. Her silver eagle mask emitted a cruel and imposing aura. The armored soldiers automatically separated to two sides, their hearts filled with shock. Originally, they didn't quite approve of this mysterious and cruel leader, but now they were completely convinced. How could this kind of power be a match for mortals? Seeing her approach step by step, a swordsman who was confident in his qinggong jumped onto the roof. With a leap, he landed on the roof. Gu Yenying waved her fan without even looking, and he fell heavily from the roof. His face was distorted from the pain. The remaining swordsmen were so scared that their stomachs were spinning. They didn't even have the courage to escape. One of the swordsmen knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. "Leader, please spare my life. I was just confused for a moment. I won't dare to do it again." "I believe that you were just confused for a moment," Gu Yenying said calmly. "If it wasn't for the influence of heaven's will, these people might not have ended up like this." Just when the swordsman had a glimmer of hope, but military law is merciless. Her voice suddenly changed from warm spring to cold winter. It was as if she was a completely different person. "Kill." Li Qingshan walked out of the cave with satisfaction. The spiritual energy contained in this land had been completely absorbed by him. His ape demon transformation had also reached a higher level. He was now looking forward to his first ape demon divine art. What greeted him was a wave of cheers. Li Qingshan looked around and saw that many of the soldiers had bloodstains on them. "So they really came?" "Thank you," Gu Yenying said sincerely. He could have personally taken control of the army and monopolized this power. Only by dividing the work can we cooperate. "You're welcome." Li Qingshan smiled and shouted at the soldiers, "You guys, who killed the traitor with your own hands?" I killed one. I also killed one. I killed half of him." "You brat, you're not honest." "What's with half?" Li Qingshan said with a smile, causing a wave of laughter. "That guy was about to die when I slashed down with my sword. It was old 5 who insisted on killing him." "Little 6, you're talking nonsense. I think that guy is very tough. Your sword definitely couldn't kill him." "Comrades, old 5 is right. Don't forget to kill him. If you meet an enemy in the future, you might as well slash a few more times. As long as you kill someone today, I will reward you all. If you don't regret it. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." The soldiers no longer felt uncomfortable killing for the first time. Instead, their blood was boiling. Gu Yenying smiled and shook his head. If this guy became a general, the morale he would receive would definitely be much higher than mine. Li Qingshan waved his hand. "Brats, it's time to set off. The world is ours." The army set off. Close to 100 ships of all sizes flowed down the river. A large ship covered in iron acted as the flagship and broke through the layers of ice. More than 10 heads were hung high on the mast. No one dared to look down on this World Union leader anymore. The morale of the army became more and more united. The howl of the ape suddenly sounded. There was not a trace of sorrow in it. It was filled with the pride of galloping across the world. Chapter 1192. There were many towns and villages on both sides of the river. Needless to say, the positions of mayor and village head were all held by people with the surname Ma. Li Qingshan would not let go of this opportunity to spread the seeds of revolution. Along the way, he broke into every city and village he came across. He held countless public trials and killed many people with the surname Ma. The Ma family was really evil. After going to so many places, he couldn't find a single person who did good deeds. Hearing about their evil deeds and watching their heads fall to the ground, it was really satisfying to kill them. Of course, not all people with the surname Ma deserved to die. Li Qingshan didn't slaughter the whole family, but he certainly confiscated their property. After a winter, the army was short of provisions. If there was any shortage, they could buy it with money on the spot, and they didn't offend the people. The name, Chivalrous King, was really spread, and it was a righteous one. When the army set off, the whole city would be sent off, and everyone would shed tears of gratitude. More people joined the World Assembly. After traveling for only a few hundred miles, the fleet had almost doubled in size, which showed the support of the people. Even though there were swordsmen who were dissatisfied with Li Qingshan, they couldn't help but sigh. Since ancient times, I've never heard of a great devil who brought disaster to the martial arts world doing such a thing. No matter how powerful those people are, how powerful they are all full of selfishness. No, even if they're righteous people, aren't they the same? Maybe this is the only way to be called chivalrous. A spark turned into a prairie fire. At the same time, it was still freezing in the extreme north. Many Jianghu heroes were exploring the rugged snowfield, surrounding this empty wasteland like an iron bucket, guarding against the countless prying eyes in the distant forest. A skinny man with a mustache and a compass in his hand, like an accountant, hurried to a big tent and said loudly, "Marvelous mathematician requests to see the Alliance Master." "Come in." A dignified voice came from the tent. The guard opened the heavy curtain, and Marvelous Mathematician bowed and entered the tent. A gust of hot air hit his face, and he saw luxury, wealth, and pearls everywhere. Under his feet was a soft and thick carpet, and he couldn't feel the coldness of the snow at all. The tent was very spacious, and a group of young girls were serving on the side quietly. Two men were drinking tea with their hands held high. Every movement they made exuded the dignity of a superior. "I pay my respects to Alliance Leader Zhang and Leader Ma." Master God Diviner bowed deeply to Zhang Yuntian. His eyes turned and landed on the silver-haired old man, and he bowed deeply. Zhang Yuntian had come to the north in a hurry, so this luxurious life was naturally the work of the Ma family, the #1 aristocratic family in the northern region. This old man was the head of the Ma family, Ma Xingkong, also known as the Heavenly Horse. However, what the clairvoyant diviner envied was his other nickname, Stud Horse. Ma Xingkong was already an old man, but he was still able to have sex with many women every day. He had countless beauties in his harem, and they had given birth to hundreds of children and grandchildren for him. However, not only did he not regard the word stud as a disgrace, he even took pride in it. He even boasted that if every descendant of the Ma family was as powerful as he would definitely be able to defeat the Ma family. There were no other surnames in the northern region. "How is it?" Zhang Yuntian put down his teacup. He had been waiting for almost an entire winter. He had gone to the north several times, but he had never been able to find the fallen fiend star. So, he invited the Master of Divination, Master God Diviner. He used the secret method of the Divine Divination sect to calculate where the fiend star had fallen. As soon as spring came, the Ma family sent a large number of people to the north to conduct a large-scale search. Finally, they found the place where the fiend star had fallen, but they couldn't find any trace of it. Alliance Leader Bing, according to my calculations, this is the place where the fiend star fell. This is the place where the demon star crashed, and it even caused a landslide. Master God Diviner, are you saying that the Fiend Star is buried here? Ma Shinkong's voice boomed like a bell. I can only say that the Fiend Star fell here. As for whether or not it's below, that's hard to say. Then what the hell are you talking about? Brother Ma, this is not your territory. This isn't your territory. It belongs to that old ape from the ape deity Mountain Manor. It's not impossible for him to get the Fiend Star before you. Zhang Yutian took a sip of tea. He was the one who had invited Master God Diviner. He couldn't just let people insult him. The reason he had gone north alone was because ordinary fighters couldn't move around in this world of ice and snow, and also to guard against Ma Shinkong. He didn't want to get a share of the spoils. That's impossible. The Fiend Star isn't a pebble that can be taken away at will. Although the White Ape King is a master swordsman, this is no ordinary frozen ground. There's no way to dig a tunnel here. Even if I send all the miners here, it'll take 2 or 3 months to dig through the rubble. The ape deity Mountain Villa doesn't have the manpower to do that. Ma Shinkong toned down a bit, but what he was implying was that without the manpower and resources of the Ma family, even if you were the leader of the martial arts world, you wouldn't be able to see the Fiend Star. I've already sent people to the ape deity Mountain Villa to pay a visit. I believe they'll be back soon. If that old ape really did get the Fiend Star, there's no way to hide it. We can't do anything to him anyway. I believe we'll get news soon. Why didn't the leader tell me? I don't think Brother Ma wants to spend so much effort just to dig up a pile of rocks. Anyway, there's no way we can hide anything from the White Ape King, so why don't we just say it out loud? Zhang Yuntian's expression suddenly changed. Brother Ma, please wait a moment. I'll go out and take a look. If there's really any rotten fish or stinky shrimp that wants a share, I'll go teach them a lesson. Zhang Yutian took the marvelous diviner out of the tent. The people he had sent to the ape deity Mountain Villa had finally returned. A young man who looked very much like Ma Shinkong asked curiously, "Grandpa, isn't the Fiend Star's descent a bad thing? It would be better if it was buried by a landslide. Why do so many people want to get their hands on it?" My dear grandson, you don't understand. As the saying goes, when misfortune turns to fortune, there's always a blessing in disguise. Do you know the 7 slaughtering demon lord? He was just an ordinary swordsman who was being hunted down by his enemies. Coincidentally, the Fiend Star fell, and he comprehended the 7 slaughter knife technique. He killed all his enemies and founded the 7 slaughtering demon sect. It took the combined efforts of the 4 great clans and 7 great sects to destroy it. And that's just one example. Everyone who came into contact with the Fiend Star and survived made great progress in their martial arts. As long as they have a strong will and are not bewitched by the Fiend Star, they can comprehend the ultimate martial arts, unify the martial world, and shatter the void. Grandpa, I'll make the Fiend Star surname Ma too. A cold breeze blew in. Ma Shinkong was about to curse when he saw Zhang Yuntian walk in with a frown. The ape deity Mountain Villa has been reduced to ruins. It seems like it was struck by lightning and set on fire. Haha, retribution. What about the White Ape King and those swordsmen? They couldn't have been burned to death, could they? They're all missing. Only a few corpses were found in the backyard. Zhang Yuntian's frown deepened. He felt that there was something strange about this whole thing. What? Did they really swallow the Fiend Star and run away? No, that's impossible. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.